Hi guys. Tonight we step toward a cave mouth where the air is colder than the night outside, where flickering torchlight touches wet stone, and where prehistoric humans once crossed a threshold that still unsettles archaeologists today. You're standing in a landscape before cities, before written names, before kingdoms, where fog moves over dark hills and ancient forests breathe under the stars. Somewhere ahead, a narrow opening waits in the rock, half hidden by moss, shadow, and time. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And as we begin, tell me in the comments where you're watching from and what your local time is right now. It is always strange and beautiful to imagine people listening from quiet rooms across the world, all entering the same darkness together. Now, dim the lights and let yourself follow the path down through the grass, where the ground becomes uneven and the stone begins to rise around you. At first, the cave does not seem dramatic. It is not a giant mouth in the mountain, not a grand doorway carved for a lost civilization. It is smaller than that, almost easy to miss. A dark crease in limestone, a place where cold air slips outward even when the evening is still. You pause near the entrance and notice how the world changes before you have taken a single step inside. The wind softens. The sounds of the forest become distant. The smell of leaves and rain gives way to damp earth, old minerals, and something faintly smoky, as if fire once lived here and never entirely left. Prehistoric humans knew places like this intimately. Long before ancient Britain became a land of hill forts, Celtic tribes, Roman roads, buried cities, or medieval ruins. People moved through wild landscapes with tools of stone, bone, antler, and wood. They followed herds, they watched weather, they learned where water gathered, where flint could be struck from chalk, where animals sheltered, where enemies might approach, and where darkness opened beneath the earth. Today, we rely on glowing screens and instant maps, but you're entering a time when memory was a survival tool. A valley, a ridge, a river bend, a cave entrance, all of these could carry meaning across generations. Yet caves were never simple places. Some offered shelter from wind and snow, some held animal dens, some preserved warmth near a fire. Others led into dangerous passages where no practical need seems obvious. Archaeologists remain divided on why ancient people entered the deepest chambers of certain caves, especially when reaching them required crawling, climbing, squeezing through narrow gaps, and carrying light that could fail at any moment. If survival was the only concern, why go so far inward? Why risk the dark, the falling stone, the lack of air, the chance of losing the way back? You step closer, and the first stone under your hand is slick with moisture. The cave breathes softly. A drop of water falls somewhere inside, then another, each sound returning as a faint echo. In the Upper Paleolithic world, a cave like this could be both shelter and warning. It might protect people during storms, but it might also belong to bears, hyenas, lions, or wolves, depending on the region and the period. Ancient humans did not live in a world empty of other powerful creatures. They shared the landscape with animals that could kill them, follow them, steal from them, or compete for the same refuge. Inside the entrance zone, life could become almost domestic. You might imagine a small group gathered around a low fire, their faces lit in orange and shadow. Rough animal skins lie near the wall. Stone blades are repaired. Meat is roasted slowly. Children stay close to adults, listening to stories shaped by gesture, memory, and flame. Smoke curls upward and stains the ceiling black. Outside, Ice Age air moves through the trees. Inside, warmth gathers in a fragile circle. But then you notice something beyond the firelight. The cave continues. A darker passage angles away from the entrance, low and silent. It does not invite comfort. It seems to remove comfort. The ceiling drops, the walls narrow, the air becomes colder, heavier, older. Even now, with modern lamps, helmets, and maps, caves can distort the senses. Distance becomes difficult to judge. Sound travels strangely. A whisper can seem close or far. A footstep can vanish into stone. For prehistoric humans carrying burning pine torches or small lamps fueled by animal fat, the underground world must have felt unstable, alive, and uncertain. Researchers continue to question whether deep cave journeys were practical, symbolic, spiritual, social, or some mixture of all these things. In some caves, people left paintings far from daylight. In others, they left footprints, hand marks, broken stalagmites, stone tools, or bones. Sometimes the traces seem casual. Sometimes they appear deliberate. Sometimes they raise a quieter and more difficult question. Did everyone who entered come back out? This is where the title of our journey begins to sharpen. Ancient humans entered these caves and never returned. Not always, not everywhere. But enough evidence exists across prehistoric archaeology to remind you that caves were not merely mysterious. They were physically dangerous. People could fall. They could become trapped by floods. They could lose their light. They could be injured by animals. They could enter for reasons we no longer understand and die in places where the earth kept them hidden for thousands of years. You move one careful step inside. The daylight behind you still exists, but already it feels weaker, like a memory thinning at the edges. The cave wall is rough beneath your fingertips, in the torchlight. Small crystals glimmer briefly, then disappear. There are scratches in the stone, though you cannot yet know whether they were made by claws, tools, water, or time. This uncertainty is part of the cave's power. It refuses to explain itself all at once. A mainstream historical truth from this ancient world is that caves can preserve what open landscapes destroy. Rain, roots, animals, farming, building, and centuries of human activity erase many traces of prehistoric life from the surface. But underground, in sealed chambers and protected sediments, fragments can survive with extraordinary patience. Charcoal, flint flakes, hearths, bones, pollen, footprints, pigment. Even a smear of soot on a ceiling can become a message from someone who stood there before history had a written voice. Still, preservation is not the same as understanding. Archaeologists can date charcoal, identify species, study tool marks, analyze sediments, and map underground chambers with remarkable care. But meaning is harder to recover. A footprint tells you someone passed through. It does not tell you what they feared. A handprint tells you someone touched the wall. It does not tell you whether that touch was playful, sacred, practical, or desperate. A body found in darkness tells you a person remained there. It does not immediately tell you why. You pause at the edge of the deeper passage. The outside world is now behind you, quiet and pale. Ahead, the tunnel bends slightly, so the torchlight cannot reach far. This is one of the oldest human thresholds. Above ground, the world is weather, hunger, family, migration, and survival. Below ground, everything changes. The earth surrounds you. The sky disappears. Time feels compressed into dripping water and breathing stone. Some scholars suggest that ancient people may have seen caves as entrances to another kind of world, not in the modern fantasy sense, but as places connected to animals, ancestors, dreams, death, or the hidden powers of the landscape. Others caution that we must not project too much belief onto fragmentary evidence. A cave might be sacred in one century, practical in another, ignored in another, and feared after a collapse or death. The same opening in the same hill could change meaning many times. That changing meaning is where our descent will lead. We will pass through Ice Age shelters, painted chambers, forgotten tunnels, underground rivers, sealed passages, ancient Britain, Celtic hills, Roman Britain, mines that cut too deep, medieval ruins built above older bones, and archaeological silences that refuse easy explanation. Each layer will feel familiar at first, then stranger, as if history itself has a floor that can be lifted. For now, you stand just inside the cave mouth, listening. Water drips, the torch breathes, the stone glows and darkens. Behind you, the ancient forest waits beneath fog. Ahead of you, the tunnel continues into a place where human presence becomes faint, uncertain, and deeply moving. You do not rush, you let your eyes adjust, and then, slowly, you begin to descend. You move away from the cave mouth and into a world before written memory. There are no road signs here, no boundary stones, no maps folded in leather cases, no village names carved over doors. There are only hills, rivers, animal paths, winds, stars, trees, and the human mind trying to hold it all together. Before ancient Britain had kingdoms, before Celtic Britain had hill forts and ritual landscapes, before Roman Britain pressed roads across the island, people lived in a world remembered through movement. A valley was not a place on a map. It was the place where red deer crossed after frost. A ridge was not a line of elevation. It was where you could see smoke from another group far away. A cave was not only a hole in rock, it was a landmark, a shelter, a warning, and perhaps something more difficult to name. You walk through this older landscape in the dimness before dawn. Mist gathers low over the ground. The trees are darker than modern forests because no road cuts through them. No farm wall holds them back, and no church bell measures the morning. Every sound matters. A bird calling suddenly, a twig breaking, water moving somewhere below. Ancient survival depended on noticing small changes before they became danger. You begin to understand that the prehistoric world was not empty or primitive. It was intensely known. Prehistoric humans lived by deep attention. They knew which plants could be eaten, which roots needed preparation, which stones fractured into sharp tools, which animal tracks were fresh, and which clouds warned of coming weather. Their lives were shaped by skill, memory, cooperation, and risk. Fire had to be protected, food had to be carried or found, children had to learn by watching. Elders, where they survived into older age, carried knowledge that could keep an entire group alive through hunger, cold, and migration. Yet even in this practical world, caves stood apart. You notice one ahead, partly hidden behind hanging roots. It sits at the base of a limestone slope, its entrance dark and still. Outside, rain has made the grass shine. Inside, the stone seems to drink light. Many caves begin like this, with a shallow chamber that could offer shelter during storms. Archaeologists often find evidence near cave entrances because these places were useful. Hearths, stone tools, butchered animal bones, shell ornaments, pigments, and worked bone can all survive in cave sediments. These traces tell us that people return to certain locations again and again, sometimes across vast stretches of time. But usefulness does not explain everything. Researchers continue to question why some prehistoric communities moved beyond the safe entrance zones into deep chambers where daylight never reached. In several famous Ice Age caves across Europe, the most striking paintings, marks, or footprints appear far inside. Not where daily life would have been easiest. That pattern is not universal, and scholars disagree about how to interpret it. But the question remains quietly persistent. Why would people who understood danger so well walk willingly into a place where a single lost flame could become a sentence? You step beneath the rock overhang and feel the temperature change. The air is cool, damp, and still. The outside world becomes muffled, as if wrapped in animal hide. In a time before written language, places like this may have stored stories without needing words. A child might learn that a certain cave belonged to bears in winter. A young hunter might be told never to enter after heavy rain because water could rise from below. A group might remember that a relative died in a side passage generations ago. Or perhaps the cave was known as the place where painted animals moved in torchlight, where voices sounded unlike voices, where the earth seemed to answer. Some scholars suggest that memory in prehistoric societies may have been strongly tied to landscape. A route through hills could hold a sequence of stories, teachings, warnings, and ancestral associations. Others caution that this is difficult to prove from archaeology alone. The stones do not record spoken narratives. The cave wall does not translate the songs once sung beside it. Still, when you stand in the entrance and look out across the mist, it is easy to imagine that every visible feature once carried meaning. The bend in the river, the broken tree, the red cliff, the cave that swallowed sound. Daily life in this world was demanding, but not without beauty. You might see people preparing hides with stone scrapers, repairing spears, shaping bone points, carrying water in containers made from skins, bark, or hollowed materials that rarely survive. You might smell smoke, wet fur, roasted meat, crushed plants, and damp ash. There would be laughter too, quiet arguments, teaching gestures, sleeping bodies near embers, and the soft murmur of people telling one another what had happened, what was remembered, and what must never be forgotten. The absence of writing does not mean the absence of history. It means the history was carried in bodies, voices, habits, and places. The way someone tied a hide, the way a hunter read wind, the way a grandmother showed a child where ochre could be found, the way a group approached a cave in silence, or did not approach it at all. You walk farther into the first chamber, the ceiling lowers slightly, and your torchlight brushes a shallow hollow in the wall. It might be natural, it might have been touched often, it might mean nothing, or it might be one of those small archaeological details that become strangely difficult to dismiss. In caves, human traces are often fragile and ambiguous. A stone moved from one place to another, a burnt patch, a cluster of bones, a line of pigment. None of these alone can speak clearly, but together they form a low murmur from the ancient world. No one fully understands how prehistoric people felt about darkness. Modern people often treat darkness as emptiness. But for ancient humans it may have been full of presence. Darkness hid predators, but it also protected sleep. Darkness made fire precious. Darkness changed ordinary objects into moving shapes inside a cave. Darkness was not just the absence of light. It was a material experience, pressing against the skin, changing sound, slowing movement, sharpening fear and imagination. You pause and listen. A drop falls, then another, somewhere deeper inside. Water moves through stone with a sound like a breath drawn slowly through the earth. You imagine a small group standing here thousands of years ago, deciding whether to continue. Perhaps they had come to collect clay, minerals, or water. Perhaps they followed an animal. Perhaps they entered for initiation, ritual, teaching, or curiosity. Perhaps one person knew the way, and the others trusted them. That trust mattered. In the open air, the horizon helped you. In the forest, tracks and stars might guide you, but underground. The cave itself controlled direction. A wrong turn could fold space around you. A passage might look different on the return. Smoke could sting the eyes. A torch could burn low. Even the air could change, becoming stale in hidden pockets. Ancient humans were skilled, but skill did not make them invulnerable. Archaeologists remain divided on how often caves were used as true living spaces compared with temporary shelters. Ritual locations, animal dens, or burial places? The answer changes by region, period, climate, and cave type. Some caves were clearly visited repeatedly. Others may have been entered only rarely. Some preserved dense occupation layers near the mouth, but almost nothing deeper inside. Others contain deep marks that seem strangely intentional. This variety is important because it reminds you that there was never one single prehistoric relationship with caves. There were many. You move toward the darker passage at the rear of the chamber. The torchlight trembles over the walls, and the stone seems to shift. Here, before written memory. The world is not silent because people lacked stories. It is silent because their stories were spoken into air, taught by firelight, carried across seasons, and lost when the last person who remembered them closed their eyes. What remains is the cave. The cave keeps charcoal. It keeps bones. It keeps footprints when mud hardens and time is kind. It keeps hand marks hidden from the sun. It keeps the traces of those who entered, and sometimes the traces of those who did not return. You take another slow step forward. Leaving the ordinary world behind, you lift the torch higher, and the cave begins to answer with light. Not bright light. Not the clean white glare of a modern lamp. This is older light, warmer and more uncertain, made from flame, resin, fat, wood, breath, and care. It moves rather than shines. It leans with the air. It trembles over the stone and makes the walls appear to pulse slowly, as if the cave is not a place you enter, but a sleeping body you have disturbed. For prehistoric humans, fire was more than warmth. It was protection, technology, social center, cooking tool, signal, and companion. Around fire, people softened food, hardened wooden points, prepared hides, repaired tools, shared memory, and watched the dark retreat just far enough to rest. In caves, fire changed everything. It pushed back cold air. It revealed shapes. It created smoke stains on ceilings that archaeologists can still study. It allowed humans to enter underground chambers where daylight had never touched the walls. You walk carefully through the entrance chamber, and the floor shifts beneath your feet. There are small stones, damp clay, patches of old sediment, and hollows where water once gathered. In the glow, it is easy to imagine an ancient hearth here, a ring of darkened earth, charcoal pressed into layers, burnt bone, flint flakes scattered beside a place where someone sat and worked for hours, perhaps listening to rain outside. Such remains are not imaginary. Across prehistoric cave sites, archaeologists have found hearths and fire traces that reveal repeated visits, seasonal use, cooking, tool-making, and sometimes long patterns of return. But deeper inside, fire becomes stranger. You notice that the smoke has nowhere simple to go. It curls upward, touches the ceiling, and spreads in dark fingers, in a shallow shelter. Smoke might escape. In a deep cave, it can gather, sting the eyes, and make breathing difficult. Ancient people entering these spaces had to understand fuel, airflow, torch life, and distance. A badly made torch could fail. A lamp could spill. Wet wood could smoke too much. A person could become disoriented in their own cloud of light and soot. Researchers continue to question how Ice Age people managed light so skillfully in deep caves. Experimental archaeology suggests that they may have used different lighting methods for different tasks. Torches for movement, small stone lamps burning animal fat for steady work, hearths in selected areas for warmth, gathering, or repeated activity. None of this makes deep cave exploration safe, but it shows that prehistoric humans were not stumbling blindly into mystery. They were capable, observant, and prepared. Still, preparation does not fully explain why they came. You move toward a wall where the torchlight reveals a thin black haze above eye level. It may be old soot. It may be mineral staining. The cave makes you uncertain. That uncertainty is part of archaeology too. A mark can become meaningful only when evidence supports it. Scientists examine soot layers, tool marks, sediment, dating samples, and context before speaking with confidence. The romance of ancient mystery must always be held against the discipline of proof. Yet even proof can deepen the mystery. In some caves, charcoal marks appear in places where no one would sleep or cook. In others, burnt torches were discarded far from the entrance. Sometimes the remains of lighting seem to trace a route into darkness, as if a group moved through a chamber with intention. You picture them now, one person ahead, holding the flame low to avoid smoke, another carrying pigment or tools, another watching the children, their shadows stretch along the walls, long and thin, bending over rock forms that look briefly like animals, faces, shoulders, or reaching hands. A mainstream archaeological fact is that fire allowed humans to transform caves from natural spaces into cultural spaces. Without light, the deep cave is mostly inaccessible. With light, it becomes a place of movement, marking, watching, teaching, hiding, and perhaps ceremony. But archaeologists remain divided on whether every deep trace should be interpreted as ritual. Some visits may have been exploratory, some practical, some playful. Some may have involved stories or beliefs that left no direct evidence behind. You pause near a low passage, and the torch makes the ceiling flash orange. The stone here is wet. A small thread of water slides down the wall and disappears into the floor. You hear it continue somewhere below, tapping slowly into a hidden crack. Fire and water meet in this place, one flickering, one dripping, both shaping the human experience of the cave. The people who entered carried the smell of the outside world with them. Smoke in their hair, animal skin on their shoulders, mud on their feet, fat on their hands from lamps or food. Perhaps pigment dust clung to their fingers. Ochre, charcoal, manganese, clay, and other natural materials could be used to create marks on stone. These pigments were not casual decorations in the modern sense. They had to be found, prepared, carried, and applied. Each step required effort. Effort suggests importance, though it does not reveal meaning. Some scholars suggest that flickering firelight may have animated cave images, making painted animals seem to shift as flames moved. Others argue that this effect is easy to overstate, and that we should be careful not to turn every visual experience into a ritual drama. Still, when you stand in the moving glow, you understand why the idea persists. The stone is not flat. It curves, bulges, cracks, and catches light unevenly. A horse painted across a natural ridge of rock might seem to breathe. A bison on a sloping wall might seem to turn. A line of dots might vanish, then return as the torch moves. You continue slowly. The passage opens into a wider space. The air is colder here, and your breath feels quieter. On the floor, you imagine what might survive after thousands of years. Not the voices, not the wood shafts of many tools, not the woven fibres, soft bags, sleeping skins, almost traces of daily touch. Organic materials vanish easily unless conditions are exceptional. Archaeology often studies what remains after almost everything human has disappeared. That loss matters. It means we may see stone tools and bones more clearly than songs, gestures, fears, or rules. A cave layer can tell us what people ate, what animals lived nearby, what fuel they burned, and sometimes when they came. But the emotional life of the cave remains harder to reach. Did people feel comfort when the fire was strong? Did children fear the walls? Did elders tell stories of those who had gone too far in? Did anyone stand at this exact bend and decide not to continue? No one fully understands the social atmosphere of these journeys. Were deep cave visits rare events? shared by selected members of a group? Were they teaching expeditions? Were they connected to hunting magic, initiation, burial, storytelling, or simple curiosity? The evidence is uneven, and the answers may not be the same for every cave. Yet the repetition of deep human presence across different landscapes suggests that darkness held a powerful place in prehistoric imagination. You lower the torch and watch the flame bend. The cave air is moving gently, perhaps from another opening, perhaps from hidden chambers ahead. Ancient people would have noticed this. Airflow could reveal passages. Smoke could test a route. A cold draught might warn of depth. A warm pocket might invite rest. Survival underground depended on reading signs that modern visitors often ignore. Then you see something small near the wall, a dark fragment. In your mind it becomes a burnt stick, dropped long ago by someone whose hand shook from cold, fatigue, or awe. Perhaps they picked it up again, perhaps they left it there. Perhaps it was found thousands of years later by archaeologists, catalogued, dated, and placed into a story that remains unfinished. The torch snaps softly. A tiny ember falls and dies on damp stone for a moment. The cave feels very old. You understand now that fire did not erase the darkness. It made the darkness visible. It gave ancient humans a narrow moving circle in which to walk, work, wonder, and fear. Beyond that circle, the cave remained unknown. Every step forward was an agreement with uncertainty. You raise the torch again. The passage continues, and somewhere deeper inside, the walls are waiting. You reach the place where the cave stops feeling like shelter and begins to feel like descent. The entrance chamber is behind you now, with its softer air, its imagined hearths, its memories of warmth and food and people waiting near the light. Ahead. The passage lowers until you must bend your head. The stone presses closer on both sides. Your torch throws restless shapes across the walls, but it cannot show you the whole route at once. It gives you only fragments, a curve of limestone, a wet ledge, a crack running like a dark vein, a patch of floor polished by water or by many feet. The rest remains hidden. This is where ancient human courage becomes difficult to separate from ancient human necessity. On the surface, prehistoric people lived with risk every day. Hunger, cold, injury, infection, childbirth, predators, conflict, and sudden weather were all part of the human condition. But underground risk is different. It removes the sky. It removes the horizon. It makes direction unreliable. When you descend into a cave, you do not merely go forward. You enter a space where the earth folds around you, where the way back can become harder to recognize with each turning. You lower your body and pass into the narrow tunnel. The ceiling comes close enough that your breath touches stone. The smell changes again, becoming sharper, more mineral, almost metallic in the damp air. Your hand slides along the wall, feeling ridges formed long before humans existed. Every few steps, the floor tilts, and your feet search carefully for balance in a modern cave tour. Rails and lights would guide you. Here, there is only flame, memory, and the person ahead. Archaeologists remain divided on what drove prehistoric humans into passages like this when there was no clear domestic purpose. In many cave systems, the deeper zones show little evidence of ordinary living. You do not usually find comfortable hearths, sleeping areas, or thick layers of repeated daily occupation far beyond daylight. Instead, you may find isolated marks, torch fragments, footprints, pigments, broken formations, or small clusters of objects. These traces feel deliberate, but not always practical. You pause where the tunnel widens just enough to stand. The torchlight touches the ceiling and reveals a low dome darkened by smoke. Was someone here before you, holding a flame high while others squeezed through? Did they stop to rest, to mark the route, or to listen in caves? Silence is rarely complete. Water speaks in drops and threads. Air moves softly through unseen cracks. Your own clothing brushes stone. Your heartbeat becomes part of the chamber. Some researchers suggest that deep cave journeys may have been connected to rites of passage, teaching, social bonding, or encounters with places considered powerful. Others prefer more cautious interpretations, pointing out that people might have entered to explore, collect minerals, follow animals, find hidden chambers, or simply because human curiosity is ancient. The truth may be that different journeys had different meanings. One group might enter for pigment, another for story, another for danger itself. Because controlled danger can create memory, that thought stays with you as the passage drops again. You imagine a small Ice Age group moving here. One adult leads with a torch of resinous wood. Another carries a stone lamp filled with melted fat. A younger person follows, eyes wide, trying not to stumble. Someone behind them speaks softly, perhaps giving instructions, perhaps calming fear. The group moves slowly because the cave demands slowness. No one can hurry without risking a fall. No one can lose attention. Every step is chosen. A practical detail from prehistoric life matters here. Fire was not automatic. It required fuel, preparation, and skill. A torch had a limited life. A lamp needed fat and a wick. If the flame weakened, the cave would not become merely dim. It would become absolute. Ancient people knew darkness in ways most modern people never do. Today, a switch, a phone screen, or a street lamp usually rescues us. Here, if the flame dies, you're inside the earth with your hands, your memory, and the sound of your own breathing. You turn a corner, and for a brief moment the entrance world disappears completely from imagination. You cannot smell rain anymore. You cannot hear wind. The forest might as well belong to another age. The tunnel ahead looks like the throat of some sleeping animal, not because it is monstrous, but because it feels alive with depth. The walls glisten, the shadows retreat, then gather again. No one fully understands how prehistoric people navigated the psychological pressure of such spaces. Perhaps they were far more accustomed to darkness than modern humans. Perhaps children raised near caves learned their shapes early. Perhaps older members of a group knew every bend and chamber by touch, sound, and airflow. But even familiarity does not remove the strangeness. It only gives the strangeness a pattern. You crouch beneath a low arch and see scratch marks along the wall. They might be bear claw marks. Cave bears and other animals used caves long before and alongside humans in many regions. Their traces can resemble warnings from another world. Long grooves, polished hollows, bones dragged into corners. Archaeologists must often distinguish between human activity and animal behaviour, a task that can be difficult when both occupied the same spaces across long periods. There is a quiet contradiction here. Humans were vulnerable underground, yet caves also protected their evidence better than open-air sites. The places that endangered ancient people are often the places that preserved them. A footprint in mud near a surface camp would vanish quickly under rain. Hooves or roots? A footprint in a sealed cave passage might remain for tens of thousands of years. A dropped torch might become a datable object. A soot mark might become a route map written accidentally in smoke. You move deeper and notice how the cave changes your sense of time. On the surface, the sun measures hours, shadows lengthen, birds quiet, cold rises, underground. Time becomes physical rather than visual. It is counted by torch burn, fatigue, breath, dripping water, and memory of turns. A person could go farther than intended simply because each chamber invites one more step, one more bend, one more dark opening, one more unexplained sound. Some scholars suggest that the first descent into deep caves may have carried emotional weight precisely because it removed people from ordinary space. Others argue that what seems extraordinary to us may have been routine for groups who knew the landscape intimately. Both ideas can be true in different ways. A cave can be familiar and still powerful. A path can be known and still frightening. You might walk it many times and still feel the moment when daylight is gone. The tunnel now opens into a chamber with a low ceiling and a floor of damp clay. Your torchlight spreads across it unevenly. You imagine feet crossing here in soft mud, leaving impressions that might harden if conditions were right. Adults, adolescents, perhaps children. You imagine someone pausing, turning back toward the passage, deciding whether to continue. The choice itself feels ancient. Why descend farther? Perhaps there was pigment ahead. A seam of red ochre or black mineral useful for painting, marking bodies, or treating hides. Perhaps water collected in a hidden pool during dry seasons. Perhaps the chamber beyond held animal bones that mattered for stories or teaching. Perhaps the descent was not about resources at all. Perhaps the act of entering darkness changed the person who entered. Researchers continue to question whether certain deep cave routes were known only to a few people within a group. If so, entering them may have required trust, permission, or instruction. The cave would not simply be a place, it would be knowledge, and knowledge, in a prehistoric world, could be as valuable as food or fire. You stand still and listen. The cave seems to extend in several directions, though the torch reveals only two. One passage slopes downward, another narrows to a black slit between stones. Behind you, the route back is already less obvious than it should be. You can remember it. But memory feels smaller underground. This is the first real descent. Not just downward into stone, but backward into a human condition older than writing, older than cities, older than the idea that the world should be fully known. You take the lower passage, the air cools, the flame bends, and the cave accepts your footsteps without explanation. You enter a chamber where the floor remembers. At first, it looks ordinary in the wavering light. Damp clay spreads across the ground in shallow ripples, hardened long ago into a surface that seems almost soft even now. The torch moves, and the shadows lift from small hollows pressed into the earth. One print, then another, then a line of them, crossing the chamber with quiet human certainty. To stand here is to feel time collapse gently. Someone walked here before you, not in legend, not in myth, in body, in weight, in bare feet or simple coverings, pressing down into mud while the cave held its breath. Footprints are among the most intimate traces archaeology can offer. A tool may tell you about skill, a bone may tell you about diet, a hearth may tell you about warmth, food, and gathering. But a footprint tells you that a person passed through a specific place at a specific moment. It captures motion and then freezes it. The heel, the arch, the toes, the direction of travel, sometimes even the hesitation of a step, all survive if the mud, sediment, moisture, and later conditions are unusually kind. You crouch beside the nearest print. The edges are worn, but the shape remains. It is not a monument. It is not grand. It is a small depression in a cave floor. And somehow that makes it more powerful. You imagine the person who made it carrying a light through darkness. Perhaps listening to water. Perhaps following others. Perhaps glancing back at the route behind. They may have thought nothing of the mark. They may have never known they were leaving one of the most human messages imaginable. Archaeological evidence from several prehistoric caves shows that adults and children sometimes entered deep spaces together. That detail unsettles modern assumptions. You might expect only experienced adults to go far underground. Yet in some cave systems, preserved tracks and finger marks suggest the presence of younger individuals. The evidence does not settle why they were there. Were children being taught? Were they accompanying family members because separation was more dangerous than descent? Were they part of ceremonies, games, explorations or stories performed in the dark. You move slowly along the line of prints, careful not to disturb the imagined surface. The footsteps do not feel random. They angle toward the rear of the chamber, then curve near the wall. Another set crosses them. A smaller track appears beside a larger one, close enough that you picture a child walking near an adult. The torchlight touches the marks, then leaves them, then finds them again. Each time they reappear, they seem newly made. In some caves, researchers have used footprint size, stride length, depth, and pattern to infer age, body size, movement, and group composition. Such interpretations must be cautious, because mud can distort shape, and later conditions can alter surfaces. Still, the surviving traces suggest something more vivid than static occupation. People are moving through these hidden underground chambers. They were not always sitting at the entrance or resting near fire. They were walking into the cave's interior, step by step, leaving behind paths that waited thousands of years to be noticed again. You listen to the silence around the prints. It is different from the silence of an empty room. It feels occupied by absence. The people are gone, yet the floor still holds the rhythm of their passage. One foot ahead of another, a pause, a turn, perhaps a slip, perhaps a child stepping into an adult's print for balance or play. It is impossible to know, but the possibility lingers. Several explanations have been proposed for why footprints occur in deep cave areas. Some may mark practical movement, people crossing muddy floors to reach mineral deposits, water sources, or other chambers. Some may reflect exploration, with groups testing the limits of a cave system. Others may be tied to symbolic behaviour, especially when footprints appear near paintings, unusual formations, or areas that seem difficult to access. Experts are careful not to turn every footprint into ritual. Human beings also wander, teach, investigate, and follow curiosity. Yet the location of some tracks makes purely casual explanations feel incomplete. You turn your torch toward the wall and notice faint finger traces in the damp clay surface. They are simple lines, perhaps drawn by children, perhaps by adults, perhaps by people who are not trying to create art in the formal sense at all. In several prehistoric caves, finger flutings appear where soft cave surfaces were marked by dragging fingers through clay. Their meanings remain uncertain. They might be playful, communicative, ceremonial, or simply tactile. What makes them compelling is how immediate they feel. A hand moved there, a fingertip pressed into the cave, a body leaned close to the wall in the dark. The chamber narrows at the far end. You imagine the group pausing here. The younger ones may have grown quiet. The adults may have checked the flame in a cave. The condition of light is never background. It is survival. If footprints continue beyond this point, they carry a question with them. How far did they intend to go? Did they know the route? Did they turn back easily? Or did the cave begin to confuse them? Modern excavation has shown that cave floors can preserve not only footprints, but entire moments of movement. A cluster of impressions might suggest people standing together. A sudden deep mark might suggest slipping. A spread of smaller prints might suggest children moving around while adults worked nearby. But every interpretation remains partial. The cave gives shapes, not voices. It shows where bodies were, not what minds believed. You stand and follow the prints with your eyes. They seem to lead toward darkness. The passage beyond is low, and the ceiling dips like a warning. Water drips from one point in the stone, striking the floor with soft patience in the torchlight. Each drop briefly shines before vanishing. The prints pass near it, as if someone once stepped around that same wet place long before history had dates. There is a strange gentleness in this evidence. The story of ancient humans entering caves and never returning can sound ominous. But footprints remind you that those humans were not symbols of mystery. They were people with weight, balance, tired legs, cold toes, fear, curiosity, and trust. They had to decide where to place each foot. They had to keep track of those behind them. They had to know when to continue and when to turn back. It remains unclear how often cave journeys ended badly. Many people who entered must have returned, or the knowledge of routes, chambers, pigments, and safe passages could not have continued. Yet archaeology also preserves accidents, remains, and traces of danger. A cave floor can become a record of confidence. It can also become a record of the last known movement before silence. You imagine one set of footprints stopping near a side passage. Perhaps the person turned. Perhaps the mud changed and stopped recording. Perhaps the track was destroyed by water. Or perhaps, in some cases, across prehistory. The absence after the final print marks something more troubling. A fall, a flood, a lost flame, a person separated from the group. The cave does not say. You move on, and the footprints seem to follow you in reverse, reminding you that every ancient mystery begins with ordinary human motion, before lost civilizations, before buried cities, before Roman Britain, before medieval ruins, before names and chronicles. There were feet in mud. There were people entering darkness with fire in their hands. The chamber grows colder. Ahead, the passage bends. Behind you, the footprints remain, still walking through time. You feel the cave breathe cold around you. The passage has widened, but the air has sharpened. It touches your face like water drawn from a deep spring. Every breath seems clearer and heavier at the same time. Behind you, the footprint chamber has faded into darkness. Ahead, the rock slopes downward, and the torchlight moves over walls that look damp enough to be alive. In places, thin mineral curtains hang from the ceiling. In others, the stone breaks into rough shelves, each one catching light for a moment before returning to black. This is the breath of Ice Age caves. To understand why ancient humans entered places like this, you must first feel the world outside them. The Ice Age was not a single frozen scene, and climate changed across regions and thousands of years. But for many prehistoric communities, cold shaped daily existence. Open landscapes stretched where forests later grew, herds moved across grasslands, valleys, and river corridors, mammoths, reindeer, wild horses, bison, and other animals could define patterns of travel and survival. The air carried distance differently. Wind could cut through clothing made from hide and fur. Shelter was not comfort. Shelter was life. You imagine stepping outside the cave for a moment into that older world. The hills are pale under a low sky. Frost clings to grass. Smoke from a campfire drifts sideways in the wind. A group of people works quickly near the entrance, repairing tools, scraping hides, breaking bones for marrow, watching the horizon. Every task has consequence. A dull blade means more effort. Wet fuel means smoke. A missed herd trail means hunger. Survival is not a single dramatic event. It is the quiet discipline of doing necessary things before the world punishes delay. Then the cave becomes understandable. A cave entrance could soften the wind. It could shelter a fire. It could protect stored materials, people, and sleeping children during storms. It might offer a stable temperature compared with the exposed landscape outside. But there was always a trade. The same cave that offered shelter might contain predators. It might flood. It might collapse. It might trap smoke. It might lead into passages where a person could vanish from sight within a few steps. Archaeological evidence from Ice Age cave sites often reveals this mixture of comfort and danger. Near entrances, you may find hearths, butchered bones, stone tools, ornaments, pigments, and traces of repeated activity. Deeper inside, the evidence changes. It becomes thinner, stranger, and more selective. A burnt torch here, A line on a wall there, footprints across clay. A chamber that seems visited but not lived in. The pattern suggests that humans treated different parts of caves differently. Though the reasons were not always simple, you continue down the slope. The cold increases, not violently but steadily. It enters through your sleeves and settles near your wrists. Water beads on the cave wall, and when you brush it with your fingers, it feels almost too cold to belong to a living world. A drop falls from above and strikes the floor near your foot. The sound travels farther than expected, touching distant hollows you cannot see. In a deep cave, temperature can be stable, but stable does not always mean comfortable. It may feel warmer than winter air outside, or colder than a summer evening. For prehistoric humans moving through seasonal landscapes, this mattered. A cave could protect from extremes, but it could also feel like a place outside ordinary weather, a place where the air belonged to the earth rather than the sky. One cautious interpretation is that this separation from surface conditions made caves psychologically powerful. You could leave wind, stars, birds, an open distance behind, then enter a chamber where time seemed held in stone. Another explanation is more practical. Caves were simply useful features in a difficult landscape, and humans used them when they helped. The evidence does not force a single answer. Ancient people could be practical and symbolic at once, just as modern people can treat a home as shelter, memory, identity, and sacred space without separating those meanings neatly. You look back, and the route behind you has become a series of orange patches floating in darkness. The torchlight no longer reaches the passage you came from. This is one of the cave's quiet tricks. It shortens the visible world. It asks you to trust memory. For Ice Age travellers, memory was not optional. They remembered routes across open land, seasonal animal movements, sources of stone and pigment, dangerous crossings, and perhaps underground paths as well. A cave could be mapped in the body by repeated movement, but only if enough people return to teach it. Their thought lingers because some did not. The title of this descent is not a claim that every cave was a trap, or that ancient people were reckless. It is a reminder that caves preserve the evidence of both return and loss. Human remains found in underground spaces can come from many circumstances: burial, accident, animal activity, later disturbance, water movement, ritual deposition, or shelter during crisis. Each case must be studied carefully. Still, the possibility of a person entering cold darkness and never reaching daylight again is not fantasy. It is one of the real risks written into subterranean archaeology. You pass a narrow crack where the air flows more strongly. The flame bends toward it. Ancient humans may have noticed such drafts as clues to hidden chambers, alternate exits, or deeper voids. Air movement could tempt exploration. It could also deceive. A passage that breathes may lead nowhere safe. A tunnel that seems open may tighten until turning around becomes difficult. In caves, promise and danger often share the same shape. Modern researchers have shown that prehistoric people sometimes travelled surprisingly far into caves using only portable light. This does not mean they were careless. It means their relationship with darkness was more complex than simple fear. They understood materials, they understood flame, they likely understood roots, sounds, and air. But even the most skilled person could misjudge a wet ledge, a sudden pool, a weak torch, or a chamber that looked familiar from the wrong side. You crouch and pass beneath a low ceiling where the stone nearly touches your back. The movement is slow and uncomfortable. Your knees press into cold clay. The torch must be held away from the wall, but not so far that it strikes the ceiling. Smoke gathers briefly before finding a way upward. You imagine doing this wrapped in animal skins, carrying tools, perhaps guiding someone younger through the squeeze. You begin to understand how each underground journey required planning, patience, and trust. it remains unclear how often caves shaped social memory through danger. A group might remember a successful descent as proof of knowledge and courage. They might remember a failed one as warning. A passage where someone died could become forbidden, respected, or avoided. A chamber reached only by certain people might gain significance simply because reaching it was difficult. Over generations, practical knowledge and emotional memory could merge until the cave was no longer just geology. It became part of culture. The air grows still again. The passage opens into a small chamber with a high ceiling lost in shadow. Your torch cannot reach the top. Somewhere above, water has built stone slowly across centuries. Drop by drop, layer by layer, you stand below that patient architecture, feeling how brief a human life is inside a cave. The stone forms over spans of time the body cannot imagine. A footprint lasts longer than the foot. A soot mark outlives the hand that made the flame. A lost person becomes part of a chamber's silence. You listen. There is water. There is your breathing. There is the faint crackle of fire. Outside, the Ice Age world moves with wind, animals, hunger, and stars. Inside, the cave holds another rhythm, colder and older, inviting and indifferent. Ancient humans entered this rhythm carrying light, memory, and need. Sometimes they came for shelter, sometimes for resources, sometimes for reasons that archaeology can only approach, never fully enter. You raise the torch toward the dark ceiling. The cave gives back no answer, only cold air, wet stone, and the feeling that someone stood here before you, listening to the same silence. You come to the bones beneath the floor. At first, they are not visible as bones. They appear as pale curves caught in the clay, half hidden by sediment, broken by time, softened by mineral stains. The torchlight passes over them once, and your mind almost dismisses them as stone. Then the shape returns. A rib, a splintered long bone, the rounded edge of a jaw. Something that once belonged to a living body now lies folded into the cave's slow memory. You stop without meaning to. There is a particular silence around bones underground. It is not the silence of an empty chamber. It is the silence of something that has crossed from movement into evidence. On the surface, bones scatter, weather, crack, and vanish. Animals drag them. Rain exposes and buries them again. Roots disturb them. But in caves, bones can remain in layered darkness, protected by sediment, sealed by rockfall, or hidden beneath floors that later visitors walked across without knowing. Ancient caves often contain animal remains, bears, hyenas, wolves, lions, deer, horses, bison, reindeer, mammoths, and many other creatures may appear in different regions and periods. Some animals died naturally inside caves, some used them as dens, some were dragged in by predators, some were butchered by humans near entrances, others were moved by water long after death. A cave floor can become a mixed archive, where hunger, shelter, accident, hunting, scavenging, and geology overlap. You kneel near a pale fragment and imagine the work of archaeologists uncovering it. They do not simply lift bones from the ground and declare a story. They record position, depth, orientation, sediment, nearby tools, cut marks, burning, gnawing, breakage patterns, and relationship to other finds. A bone cracked for marrow tells one kind of story. A bone gnawed by carnivores tells another. A human bone placed carefully in a chamber tells something different again, though even then, certainty does not come easily. The surviving traces suggest that caves were used in many ways at once. One layer might show animals denning when humans were absent. Another might preserve humans butchering prey near the entrance. Another might hold remains washed in from outside during floods. Another might include deliberate placement of bones in darker zones, in some caves. The sequence stretches across tens of thousands of years, with humans and animals returning during different climates, seasons, and cultural moments. You move deeper into the chamber. The floor dips slightly, and the torch reveals more fragments embedded along one side. A cluster of bones lies near the wall, some darkened as if touched by fire, others pale and cracked. Perhaps people once brought animal parts here. Perhaps predators did. Perhaps water sorted them into this hollow during a long-forgotten flood. The cave allows all possibilities to gather before it permits any conclusion. This is one reason caves feel mysterious without needing false history. The evidence is real, but the interpretation can remain open. A cut mark under magnification can show that a stone tool sliced flesh from bone. Burning can show contact with fire. Radiocarbon dating can place organic remains within a broad human timeline. DNA and isotopic studies can reveal ancestry, diet, migration, an environment when preservation allows. Yet the final human question often remains just beyond reach. Why here? Why this chamber? Why this body? Why this animal? Why this arrangement? You turn toward a darker recess, and the air feels still. The bones beneath your feet become part of a wider story of survival. Prehistoric humans did not waste much. Animal bodies provided meat, marrow, hides, sinew, bone, antler, fat, and tools. A hunted animal could become food, clothing, thread, lamps, points, needles, scrapers, containers, and fuel. Even bone grease could matter in harsh conditions, in an Ice Age landscape. Survival depended on extracting value from every part of the world that could sustain life. But some bone deposits do not feel purely domestic. Several interpretations have been offered for unusual bone arrangements in deep or hard-to-reach cave spaces. They may reflect natural processes misunderstood at first glance. They may be the work of animals. They may be debris from human activity. Or, in some cases, they may represent deliberate placement connected to memory, ritual, teaching, or symbolic behavior. Careful researchers avoid easy drama, but they also do not ignore patterns when patterns appear. You picture an ancient group sitting near a fire with bones beside them. The sound of cracking marrow bones echoes softly. A child watches an elder strike stone against bone. Someone scrapes a hide. Someone feeds the lamp with fat. Outside the cave, snow moves across the hills. Inside, survival leaves marks that future archaeologists will read as evidence. Yet the people themselves. These were not artifacts, they were dinner, clothing, light, warmth, repair, and routine. Then your torch shifts toward the far wall, and the mood changes. A human bone, even imagined, alters the chamber. It is one thing to see the remains of animals hunted, scavenged, or denning in the dark. It is another to think of a person lying here, below the stone, beyond the reach of daylight. Human remains in caves can come from many circumstances, and each case must be treated with caution. Some were intentional burials. Some may be the remains of accidents. Some could have been disturbed by later people, animals, or water. Some may represent complex mortuary practices that do not resemble modern expectations of graves. It remains unclear how many prehistoric cave deaths were accidental compared with deliberate deposition. The evidence varies widely. A body in a cave might mean someone died there after becoming trapped or injured. It might mean the dead were brought there by the living. It might mean bones were moved after decomposition, perhaps as part of rituals involving ancestors. It might mean later disturbance created an arrangement that looks meaningful but is not. The cave gives the remains, but not the ceremony, not the grief, not the fear, and not the words spoken in the dark. You move carefully along the edge of the chamber. Your foot presses into damp sediment, and the sound is small, almost respectful. The idea of people who entered and never returned becomes more complex here. Not every person found underground was lost. Some may have been placed there by those who loved, feared, remembered, or honoured them. A cave could be a shelter for the living and a resting place for the dead. It could be a place of danger and a place of care. They could hold a body because tragedy happened, or because the living chose the darkness for reasons they understood. That ambiguity is not a weakness in the story. It is the story, above ground. Ancient life was full of movement. Groups followed animals, gathered plants, revisited seasonal places, exchanged materials, learned routes, and adapted to changing climates beneath ground. The cave preserved interruptions. A meal stopped in charcoal, a footprint stopped in clay, a bone stopped in sediment. These fragments make the past feel close, but they also remind you how much has vanished. You pause near a low pile of stones. Are they natural fall? Were they shifted by water? Did humans move them in archaeology? A small detail can matter enormously. A stone placed over a body may suggest care. A stone fallen from the ceiling suggests geology. A cluster near a hearth may belong to cooking. Context decides meaning. And context is often damaged by time. The torchlight softens. The chamber seems to draw inward. You smell damp clay, old stone, smoke, and the faint mineral sharpness that has followed you since the first descent. The bones remain quiet. They do not tell you whether this was a home, a den, a grave, a trap, or all of these at different times. Few discoveries capture prehistoric uncertainty more deeply than bones in caves. They are physical, undeniable, and deeply human. Yet they resist simple storytelling. They belong to survival, death, food, memory, animal life, climate, and the slow work of the earth. You rise and turn toward the next passage. Behind you, beneath the floor, the bones remain where the cave has kept them. Ahead, something marks the wall. You see the first sign without words. It waits on the wall where the passage bends, almost invisible until the torchlight touches it from the side. A dark line, then another. A cluster of small marks pressed or painted onto stone. They are not large enough to dominate the chamber. They do not announce themselves like a monument. They seem quieter than that. As if someone once stood close to the wall, lifted a hand, and left a trace meant for the cave as much as for other people. You step nearer, and the wall changes. What looked like random staining begins to separate into forms, a smear of red pigment, a row of dots, a short vertical stroke, a hand shape, perhaps, or the memory of one. In the moving torchlight, the marks appear, fade, and return. The cave does not offer them steadily, it makes you work for them. The way archaeology makes every answer pass through patience before writing. Human beings still mark the world. They scratched, painted, engraved, pressed, traced, and arranged. They left signs on stone, bone, antler, shell, and sometimes on bodies and materials that have not survived. These signs were not writing in the later sense. They do not form a readable alphabet. They do not translate into sentences. Yet they are not meaningless. They show intention, repetition, memory, and the human desire to place thought outside the body. You lift the torch slightly, and the red pigment warms in the light. Ochre was one of the most important materials in deep prehistory. It could be used as pigment, perhaps for marking bodies, objects, walls, hides, or symbolic spaces. It may also have had practical uses, depending on context, including hide treatment or other tasks. The difficulty is that the same material can serve many purposes. A piece of ochre near a hearth might speak of daily work. A red mark deep inside a cave might suggest something more deliberate. The material is the same. The meaning changes with place. It remains unclear how many cave signs were meant to communicate specific ideas and how many belong to actions we would not separate into art, ritual, teaching, or play. Modern categories are often too neat for ancient behaviour. You may want to ask, is this symbol religious, practical, artistic, or social. But the person who made it may not have divided life that way. A mark could teach. Remember, protect, decorate, and transform a place at the same time. You move along the wall and notice that some marks seem placed near natural features. A crack becomes part of the image. A bulge of stone catches pigment along its ridge. A shallow hollow gathers shadow around a line. This detail matters. Many prehistoric cave images and signs appear to use the surface itself, not as a blank canvas, but as an active partner. The wall was not smooth paper. It was a landscape of stone, already full of shapes. Firelight could reveal animals where daylight never came. A curve might suggest a back. A crack might become a leg. A swelling of limestone might become a shoulder emerging from the earth. Modern excavation and cave art studies have shown that prehistoric people often selected particular walls, chambers, and surfaces with care. Some images appear in highly visible places, while others are hidden in tight passages, high ledges, or deep chambers that required effort to reach. This uneven distribution raises a persistent question. Why mark one wall and not another? Why leave signs in places where a few people could comfortably stand? Why create images or patterns in darkness, unless the act of making them mattered as much as the act of seeing them? You pause before a cluster of dots. They're simple, almost modest. A line of small dark points curves across the stone. To modern eyes, dots can feel abstract, but abstraction is not emptiness. Repeated marks may record counting, memory, presence, rhythm, teaching, or symbolic association. Some researchers have explored whether certain prehistoric marks could relate to animal behavior, seasons, or other forms of structured knowledge. Others urge caution, because pattern seeking is one of the easiest ways for modern minds to overreach. The evidence invites thought. But it does not surrender certainty. A soft thread of water runs down beside the marks. It has partly blurred the pigment, or perhaps the pigment was always uneven. You imagine the ancient maker standing here with fingers stained red or black. Perhaps pigment was mixed with water, fat, plant material, or saliva. Perhaps it was applied with fingers, pads, brushes, blowing techniques, or simple tools. The hand moves, the wall receives. A mark remains longer than the maker's life. The most haunting signs are sometimes the hands. You see one now in your imagination, not fully preserved, but suggested by the wall's pale shape. A hand stencil could be made by placing a hand against stone and blowing pigment around it, leaving a negative image. A handprint could be made by pressing pigment directly onto the surface. Such marks exist in many prehistoric contexts, though each site has its own history. They feel intimate because they are both image and contact. A handprint says, in the simplest possible way, someone was here. A hand stencil says, someone touched this wall, and the outline of absence became the message. But whose hand was it? Adults, adolescents, and perhaps children may have made or inspired some hand marks, depending on the site and interpretation. Sex estimation from hand size or finger ratios has been proposed in some studies, but it remains debated and must be handled carefully. The cave resists easy identity. Still, when you stand before a hand on stone, you do not need to know the person's name to feel the presence. The mark crosses time without language. You continue deeper along the marked wall. The signs do not form a map you can read, yet they seem to lead you onward. That may be coincidence. It may be your mind making order from fragments. Or perhaps ancient people did use certain marks to structure movement through caves, to indicate meaningful places, to guide memory, or to transform dangerous passages into known spaces. Several explanations remain possible, and none cancels the others entirely. Outside the cave, Prehistoric life required constant communication. People taught children where to find stone, how to follow tracks, when to move camp, how to prepare hides, how to avoid danger, and how to recognize animals from partial signs. Much of this teaching would have been spoken or shown by gesture, but in caves, marks may have helped memory survive beyond a single moment. A sign could outlast a voice. A painted animal could hold a story in place. A row of dots could mark a rhythm repeated by those who knew how to understand it. You look again at the wall, and the uncertainty becomes almost peaceful. Not knowing does not empty the chamber, it fills it. The signs without words remind you that human beings were symbolic long before cities, kings, writing, temples, roads, or Roman Britain. They were already making meaning in hidden underground spaces while the world above was still shaped by ice, forests, rivers, and migrating herds. The torch burns lower, and the wall grows darker. For a moment, the marks seem to withdraw into the stone. Then the flame lifts, and they return, patient and silent. You do not read them, you cannot. But you understand that someone wanted the darkness to remember. You follow the smaller traces into the dark. At first, they are easy to miss. The chamber floor has been disturbed by water, ancient movement, and the slow settling of sediment, but near the wall, where clay once stayed soft, a different pattern appears. The impressions are shorter, lighter, closer together. Small feet crossed here, not alone perhaps, not confidently perhaps, but truly. A child once moved through this underground space, leaving behind a path so delicate that it feels less like evidence and more like a whisper. You lower the torch. The little footprints seem to hover in the light. Each one is a brief contact between body and earth, preserved beyond any reasonable expectation. The child who made them may have grown old, or may not have. The people nearby may have laughed softly, warned them to stay close, or held a flame ahead to guide them. You cannot know, but the fact of the child's presence changes the emotional temperature of the cave. Prehistoric children are often difficult to see in archaeology. Their lives were everywhere, but their traces are fragile. They learned by watching adults, playing with materials, carrying small tasks, imitating tool-making, gathering fuel, touching walls, asking questions in languages now vanished. Yet much of what children used, wore, carried, or made would have been organic, small, easily broken, or overlooked. In caves, however, mud and clay sometimes preserved what open air erased. A small foot, a finger line, a hand pressed against stone, a moment of childhood inside deep time. You move slowly beside the wall, and the prints continue. One cautious reading is that children sometimes accompanied adults into deep caves, because prehistoric life was not divided the way modern life often is. There were no schools separate from work, no safe indoor rooms glowing with electric light, no neat boundary between adult labour and childhood learning. Children grew up inside the tasks, dangers, stories, and landscapes of their group. If a cave mattered to the community, perhaps children had to learn it too. But another possibility is quieter and stranger. Perhaps children were not merely present because adults had no choice. Perhaps their presence mattered. In some caves, finger flutings and small hand marks appear in places that suggest young individuals may have participated in marking the walls. Researchers approach this carefully, because identifying age from marks can be complex. Still, the evidence raises a compelling question. Were children being introduced to hidden places as part of learning who they were, where they belonged, and what the darkness meant? You step around a shallow pool where water reflects the flame. The reflection trembles, and for a moment the ceiling seems to burn below your feet. A child walking here thousands of years ago would have seen similar illusions. Fire doubles itself in water. Shadows climb walls. A familiar adult becomes a giant shape in the cave light. A stone formation looks like an animal, then only stone again. The underground world would not need monsters to feel alive. Its ordinary physics were strange enough. You imagine a small group pausing in this chamber. An adult kneels to adjust a lamp. Another listens for dripping water or distant movement. The child reaches toward the clay wall and drags fingers through the soft surface, making lines that future scholars might describe with care but never fully understand. Was it play? Was it instruction? Was it allowed? Was it guided? The cave offers the mark, not the answer. The presence of children underground unsettles modern assumptions because we often imagine ancient caves as places of adult danger, ritual, hunting magic, or survival labour. Yet prehistoric communities were families, bands, learning groups, and social worlds. Children were not outside history. They were central to it. Every skill had to pass through them, or the group's knowledge would die. Fire-making, tool selection, animal tracking, plant knowledge, seasonal routes, social rules, and perhaps stories of caves all had to be taught. Still, it remains uncertain how deep children were taken, how often, and for what reasons. Some tracks may belong to adolescents rather than young children. Some small marks may be difficult to interpret. Some cave passages may have changed shape since the time of use, becoming harder or easier than they once were. The evidence invites human imagination, but responsible storytelling must keep its feet on the ground, even in darkness. You continue beside the small prints. They do not run. They do not scatter wildly. They seem to move with the group, close to the wall, following a path already known or chosen. This gives the chamber a sense of calm. Not safety exactly, but trust. Someone was leading. Someone knew, or believed they knew, where they were going. You think about how children learn fear. They learn it from pain, but also from adults. A warning tone, a tightened grip, a story told at night, a rule repeated before entering a forbidden place. In prehistoric life, fear could be useful. Fear kept small bodies away from cliffs, rivers in flood, animal dens, unstable ice, and perhaps certain cave passages. But curiosity is also ancient. Children explore edges, they touch surfaces, they look into holes, they follow light. In this way, the cave becomes a classroom of darkness, not a classroom with benches and tablets, but a living place where knowledge is felt through skin, breath, and movement. You learn which stone is slippery. You learn not to step where the mud shines too wet. You learn how smoke gathers under low ceilings. You learn that voices change underground. You learn that the person with the flame must never move too far ahead. A detail from cave archaeology makes this even more intimate. Some preserved footprints show variation in movement, suggesting people did not always walk in simple lines. They paused, turned, stood together, or crossed earlier tracks in such patterns. You can almost sense social behaviour, waiting, following, gathering, perhaps a child stepping closer to an adult after the torch dipped, perhaps someone turning back to speak, perhaps everyone listening at once to a sound from deeper inside, and here the mystery returns softly. If children entered these caves, what stories did they carry out? Did they later become the adults who led others in? Did they remember the first time the daylight vanished behind them? Did some caves become part of childhood memory, frightening and beloved at once? Or did a few children enter places from which they never returned, their small traces ending where mud, stone, and silence took over? The thought is painful, but not sensational. Ancient life included loss. Children face dangers modern viewers can scarcely imagine: illness, cold, hunger, injury, predators, and accident. Caves added another layer of risk: a hidden pit, a sudden flood, a collapsing ledge, a failed light. Archaeologists do not need to invent tragedy. The ancient world already held enough of it. Yet the smaller footprints do not speak only of fear. They speak of inclusion, of learning, of human groups moving together through a world where survival depended on shared knowledge. They remind you that the cave was not entered by abstract prehistoric humans, but by families, companions, elders, youths, and children with names now lost. You pause before the prints vanish into a patch of harder stone. The track ends. But not necessarily the journey. Perhaps the floor changed and stopped recording. Perhaps the child turned back. Perhaps the group continued into a chamber where no mark survived. The absence is not an answer. It is only where the evidence becomes silent. You lift the torch. On the wall beside you, faint finger lines ripple through old clay-like water made still. For a moment, you imagine a child's hand there, moving carefully, feeling the cave remember their touch. Then the passage darkens ahead, and you follow. You begin to understand that the cave is not only a place beneath the earth, it is a memory chamber. Not memory in the modern sense, not a written archive with labels and dates, but something older and stranger. The cave remembers through stone, smoke, mud, pigment, bone, and silence. It holds what the open world forgets: a hearth near the entrance, a footprint in clay, a hand mark beside a narrow passage, a fragment of ochre dropped where no sunlight ever reached, a bone pressed into sediment. Each trace is small, but together they create the feeling that this underground world once carried stories too important to leave entirely above ground. You walk through a passage where the torchlight moves like slow water over the wall. The marks you saw earlier fade behind you, but they do not disappear from your mind. They begin to arrange themselves into a kind of silent sequence. First the entrance, then the fire, then the footprints, then the bones, then the signs. This is how caves often work on the imagination. They make evidence feel like a path, even when the full path is broken. Prehistoric people lived in landscapes filled with remembered places. A river bend might recall a successful hunt. A ridge might mark a death. A grove might hold seasonal knowledge. A spring might be approached with care because it never failed in dry times. A cave, especially one visited across generations, could become a container for many layers of memory. It might begin as shelter, become a known landmark, acquire stories, gather marks, hold remains, and eventually become a place where practical knowledge and deeper meaning could no longer be separated. The surviving evidence leaves room for more than one reading. Some caves show signs of repeated occupation near the mouth, where daily life would have been possible. Other caves preserve deep visits that seem less connected to ordinary shelter. In some places, walls were painted. In others, objects were placed or lost. In others, footprints crossed chambers like quiet processions. None of this proves a single belief system. It does suggest that caves could become more than empty geology. You move into a chamber where the ceiling rises beyond the torch's reach. The flame shows only the lower walls, leaving the upper darkness untouched. Your own shadow stretches behind you, long and distorted. You think of people gathering here with small lamps, their voices softened by stone. Perhaps stories were told in such places. Perhaps children learned names of animals, ancestors, roots, dangers, and rules. Perhaps the cave itself helped memory by giving each teaching a location, a mark on the wall, a turn in the passage, a pool of water, a chamber where sound changed. In oral cultures, memory can be structured by place. People may use landscapes as maps of knowledge, linking stories and information to physical routes. This does not mean every cave was a library or every mark a lesson. It only means that humans have long used places to hold meaning. When writing does not exist, memory must live in repeated action, speech, song, gesture, and environment. The cave, with its chambers and thresholds, could have helped organise what a group needed to remember. You pause and listen to the cave's acoustics. A quiet breath sounds larger here. A drop of water falls and seems to come from several directions at once, in some underground spaces. Sound behaves in ways that feel almost intentional. A voice may deepen, a clap may return as a soft echo, a song may travel down a passage and come back altered. Some researchers have explored whether acoustics influenced where prehistoric people made marks or gathered. Although the evidence varies and caution is necessary, still, you can feel how sound might have mattered. The cave changes every human action placed inside it. This is one reason the underground world feels halfway between survival and imagination. Above ground, a story can drift into the night air. Underground, the same story returns from the wall, a chant, a warning, a laugh, a cry. All become part of the space for a moment. Ancient people did not need to believe in fantasy to feel that caves were different. The physics alone could make them powerful. You pass a wall where old smoke may have darkened the stone. Smoke is another form of memory. It records repeated fire, repeated presence, repeated need. A single torch leaves little. Many torches leave a stain. A single visit may vanish. Many visits may change the cave. Over generations, people could have entered and seen traces left by earlier members of their own group, or by people long gone. Imagine the feeling of finding an old handmark by torchlight and knowing it was made before you were born. Imagine touching the same wall and adding your own mark nearby. Modern analysis has complicated older views of prehistoric caves. They were once often imagined as simple homes for cave people. But many were not homes in that easy sense. Some were temporary shelters, some were workspaces, some were animal dens reused by humans at different times, some were places of art, burial, storage, or danger. Some were entered briefly, then avoided. The phrase cave people hides a much richer reality. People did not merely live in caves, they used, remembered, feared, marked, and reinterpreted them. You step over a shallow ridge in the floor and notice how the chamber seems to divide. One side feels open and calm, the other narrows into a darker crack. A person who knew this cave might have known which direction was safe, which was meaningful, which was forbidden, and which was never worth entering, but such knowledge would have had to be transmitted. Someone had to teach it. Someone had to remember. The cave may also have stored warnings, a place where a torch failed, a pit where someone fell, a chamber where an animal once denned, a passage that flooded after rain. In a world without written signs, danger could be remembered through story and repeated instruction. Do not go beyond the wet wall when the air smells of rain. Do not follow the lower passage alone. Stay where you can see the flame, listen for water, touch the left wall on the way out. These are imagined words, but the need behind them is real. What remains difficult to explain is why some traces appear where ordinary warning seems insufficient. A mark in a tight hidden alcove, a footprint sequence beyond a difficult crawl, a painted animal far from the entrance. Such evidence does not automatically prove ritual, but it does ask why effort was spent there. The cave as memory may help. Important places are not always convenient. Sometimes a difficult place becomes important because it is difficult. The journey itself becomes part of what is remembered. You think of the ancient world outside, camps shifting with seasons, fires burning low beneath cold stars, people carrying tools, infants, hides, meat, stories, and grief across the land. So much of that life left a little behind. Wood rotted, skin decayed, voices vanished. Even the exact routes across ancient Britain and Europe faded beneath later forests, farms, roads, and towns. But the caves remained below, holding pieces of memory in darkness. You stand still and let the torch settle. The chamber feels less empty now. Not crowded, but inhabited by layers, the people who came for shelter, the ones who came to paint, the children who touched clay, the hunters who carried bones, the dead who rested beneath stone, the lost who may never have found the way out, the archaeologists who entered much later, brushing away sediment grain by grain, trying to listen without inventing too much. The mystery lies not in fantasy, but in the gaps between the facts. The cave gives enough to prove presence and effort. It withholds enough to keep meaning alive. You turn toward the next passage. Behind you, the cave keeps remembering. Ahead, something waits where the stone has been sealed. You reach the sealed chamber by noticing what is missing. The passage ahead should continue naturally, following the shape of the limestone downward. But instead it stops in a rough wall of fallen stone. Blocks lean against one another in a frozen collapse. Smaller fragments fill the spaces between them. Clay has gathered in the gaps, packed tight by water and time. The torchlight touches the obstruction and cannot pass beyond it. For the first time since you entered the cave, the darkness is not open, it is closed. You stand before it and listen. Behind the stones, there is no obvious sound, no drip, no draft, no echo returning from hidden hall. Yet the silence feels different from the silence of a dead end. It feels withheld, as if the cave is not empty beyond the blockage, only unwilling to show you what it keeps. Sealed chambers have a particular power in archaeology because they suggest interruption. A passage once open becomes closed. A room once reachable becomes hidden. The cause may be entirely natural. Rockfalls happen. Sediment moves. Water carries clay into cracks. Entrances collapse. Ancient earthquakes. Freeze and thaw cycles. Animal disturbance. And slow geological shifts can seal spaces without any human intention at all. But sometimes the question becomes more delicate. Was a chamber blocked by accident, or by choice? You lift the torch and examine the stones. Some are angular, perhaps fallen from the ceiling. Others seem rounded, as if moved by water. A few appear stacked in a way that makes your mind search for design. Archaeologists know this temptation well. Humans are pattern-seeking creatures, in caves especially, where every stone sits in shadow and every silence feels meaningful. The mind wants arrangement to become intention. Careful excavation has to slow that instinct down. The evidence must answer patiently. Are the stones local to the chamber or brought from elsewhere? Do they rest in natural collapse layers? Are there tools, footprints, charcoal, or cut marks nearby? Is the blockage older than human activity behind it? Or younger, did sediment accumulate gradually? Or was material packed quickly? Each question turns the sealed wall from mystery into investigation, though not always into certainty. You place your hand near the obstruction, not on it. The air is very still. If people once passed beyond this point, their route is gone now. Perhaps they entered when the passage was open, leaving marks in a chamber no one has seen since. Perhaps they were inside when the collapse happened. Perhaps no human ever crossed beyond the stones at all. The cave allows each possibility to stand in the torchlight for a moment. Some sealed spaces have preserved astonishing traces because closure protected them. A chamber hidden from later animals, weather, and human disturbance can keep footprints, hearths, bones, pigments, and fragile surfaces in unusual condition. This is one reason discoveries behind blocked passages can feel so emotionally intense. They are not just old, they are sealed moments. Time enters, then stops being touched. But sealed does not always mean untouched. Water may seep through and rearrange evidence. Roots may reach from above. Small animals may enter through cracks. Minerals may coat surfaces. Even a chamber close to humans can continue changing for thousands of years. The fantasy of a perfectly frozen ancient room is rare. The reality is more subtle and often more interesting. The past is preserved, but it is preserved inside the slow, ongoing life of the Earth. You imagine archaeologists approaching a blockage like this. They would not tear it open in excitement. They would map it, photograph it, record sediments, test stability, and consider whether entering would destroy what has survived. Sometimes the most responsible choice is to wait, to study with remote tools, to protect a fragile environment from breath, heat, microbes, and modern disturbance. The desire to see must be balanced against the duty not to ruin. That tension feels almost ancient itself. Humans have always wanted to know what lies beyond the closed place. A cave wall, a buried staircase, a sealed tomb, a forgotten tunnel beneath a city, a stone door under an abandoned church. The imagination moves faster than the body, slipping behind barriers long before any hand touches them. Yet archaeology asks for restraint. It reminds you that curiosity can be destructive if it moves too quickly. You step along the obstruction and notice a small opening near the floor. No wider than your hand, cold air does not come through it. The darkness inside is thick and close. You lower the torch carefully, and the flame reveals only a shallow pocket between stones, nothing more, still. The small gap changes the wall. It suggests depth. It suggests that the blockage is not solid. It suggests the possibility of another space. A practical explanation is simple. The passage collapsed naturally, and the gap is just a void between fallen rocks. Another reading, harder to prove, imagines that people may have blocked certain cave areas deliberately. There are cases in archaeology where stones, bones, or objects appear placed in ways that may mark closure, separation, protection, or ritual treatment. But applying that idea to every blockage would be careless. The cave does not give enough evidence to be certain. It only asks you to keep looking. You remember the bones beneath the floor, the child footprints, the signs without words. Each trace has led you farther from ordinary shelter and closer to places where human intention becomes difficult to separate from geology. This sealed wall deepens that uncertainty. It is not dramatic in itself. It does not glow. It does not carry carved symbols. It simply blocks the way. And yet, by blocking the way, it creates one of the strongest forces in storytelling, the unseen room. What might be behind it? A chamber of untouched clay, a collapsed passage leading nowhere, a pool of still water, animal bones, human footprints, painted walls, empty stone. The answer might be extraordinary or quiet. In real archaeology, both matter. An empty sealed chamber can still teach geology, climate, cave formation, and absence. A chamber full of evidence can change entire interpretations of human behaviour. The mystery is not only treasure, it is context. You sit for a moment on a dry stone near the blockage. The torch crackles softly. Smoke curls upward and touches the roof. You think of ancient people reaching this same place before it closed. If it was open then, did they pass through confidently? Did they crawl? Did they decide the chamber beyond was important? Did they return many times? Or did one group enter once and leave behind traces no one would see again? The thought of people trapped behind a collapse comes quietly. And you do not let it become sensational. Caves can kill in ordinary ways. Stone falls, water rises, light fails, a person slips. A narrow passage becomes impossible to reverse. If any ancient humans vanished behind sealed stone, their story would leave almost no sound in the archaeological record until discovery. If discovery ever came, the cave could hold them for millennia, not out of malice, but because stone does not hurry. You rise again and touch the wall beside the blocked passage. It is cold and damp. Mineral grains press against your skin. The sealed chamber remains beyond reach. And that is part of its truth. Not every ancient place opens for you. Not every question can be entered. Some doors in history are made of collapsed rock, missing evidence, and time. You turn away slowly. Behind you. The blockage keeps it secret. Ahead. The cave offers another path, and on that path the animals begin to appear. You follow the side passage until the stone begins to move. Not truly move, not in the physical sense. The walls remain cold and ancient around you. The floor remains damp beneath your feet. The ceiling still lowers and rises in slow natural waves. But as the torchlight slides across the chamber ahead, shapes appear that were invisible a moment before. A curve becomes a back. A dark line becomes a mane. A red swelling of pigment becomes the flank of an animal turning in silence. You have reached the painted animals. At first, they seem to emerge from the cave rather than sit upon it. A horse stretches along a ridge of limestone where the wall already suggested motion. A bison's shoulder follows a natural bulge, making the body feel heavy and present. Farther along, a dark animal head appears near a crack in the stone, as if looking out from within the earth. The torch trembles, and the figures seem to breathe. Then the flame steadies, and they become pigment again. This is one of the great mysteries of Ice Age archaeology. Not because the paintings are imaginary or unknown, but because they are so real and yet so difficult to fully understand. Prehistoric people painted animals with skill, attention, and memory in places that were sometimes deep, dark, and hard to reach. They didn't need writing to create visual worlds of astonishing power. They knew the bodies of animals intimately. They knew the slope of a horse's neck, the weight of a bison's head, the tension of a leg, the curve of a belly, the force of a horn. You step closer, careful with your breath, as if the image could feel it. The animal on the wall is not a crude attempt, it is controlled. The line is confident. The body is simplified but alive. Whoever made it had watched animals for years, not in zoos, not in books, not on screens, but at a distance where survival depended on attention. To paint an animal in the Ice Age was to remember how it moved through weather, how it gathered with others, how it reacted to scent, how it could feed a group or kill a hunter. Material traces suggest that pigments were often made from minerals such as ochre, manganese, charcoal, and other natural substances, sometimes ground, mixed, carried, and applied with fingers, pads, brushes, blowing techniques, or simple tools. The wall was not a casual surface. The maker had to choose the place, prepare the material, bring light, and spend energy underground. In a world where every resource mattered, effort itself is a clue. These images were not accidents. But what were they for? Some researchers interpret Ice Age cave art as connected to hunting, teaching, social identity, ritual, storytelling, memory, or encounters with unseen powers in the landscape. Another school of thought warns against forcing one explanation across all sites. A painted horse in one cave may not mean the same thing as a painted bison in another. A hand stencil may not belong to the same kind of action as an engraved mammoth. The ancient world was not a single symbol system waiting to be decoded. It was many communities, many generations, many meanings, and many moments of making. You lift the torch toward a darker panel. More animals appear. Their bodies overlap, not chaotically but densely, as if time has gathered on the wall. Some are painted in black, others in red, some are engraved, their lines catching light only when the flame moves at the right angle. A modern viewer might call this art, and that word is not wrong, but it may be incomplete. These images may also have been acts, memories, teachings, offerings, performances, or conversations with the cave itself. The chamber's shape matters. The animals are not placed in a flat gallery. They curve around corners, they rise above uneven floors. Some occupy spaces where the viewer must crouch, lean, or turn. You realize that seeing them may have required movement. A person did not simply stand still and observe. They walked with the flame. The cave revealed one animal, then hid it, then revealed another. The images unfolded in time. This slow revealing may have shaped the experience. Imagine a group entering quietly, the torch held low. The first wall shows nothing. Then a horse appears, then a line of dots, then a bison whose shoulder grows out of the stone. A child sees it and stops breathing for a moment. An elder speaks softly. The flame moves. The animal vanishes. The story continues down the passage. What remains difficult to explain is why some of the most powerful images were placed far from daylight. If the goal was simple decoration, the entrance would have been easier. If the goal was casual communication, more accessible walls might have served better. Deep placement suggests that the journey mattered, or that the darkness mattered, or that access itself was controlled. Yet there may have been practical reasons too. Deep chambers preserve pigments better from weather. Stable surfaces may have been more suitable. The best wall may simply have been underground. The cave does not force you to choose between practicality and mystery, it holds both. You notice that some animals painted in caves were not the most commonly eaten animals found in nearby archaeological deposits. This mismatch has often attracted attention if people painted only what they hunted most. The walls might look different at some sites. Instead, the images may emphasize powerful, memorable, symbolically charged, or socially important animals, horses, bison, or rocks. Deer, mammoths, lions, rhinoceroses, bears, and other creatures appear in various Ice Age cave art traditions. Their presence suggests that the animal world was not only food, it was thought, danger, relationship, and story. You move along the panel and see a place where the stone itself almost completes the image. A natural crack becomes the line of a back. A hollow becomes the chest. The painter did not impose an animal on the wall so much as draw it out. This detail feels important. Perhaps the maker saw forms already present in the rock, waiting to be finished. Perhaps torchlight revealed suggestions that pigment made permanent. Perhaps, in the minds of those who painted, the animal was not created from nothing. It was found inside the stone. Experts are careful not to romanticize too much, but the visual effect is undeniable. The cave surface participates. It is not passive. It gives texture, shadow, and shape. The artist answers it with line and colour. The result is neither entirely natural nor entirely human. It belongs to the boundary between the two, which may be exactly why caves were chosen. You stand before a bison whose head tilts slightly downward. In the flicker of the torch, its eye seems present. You know it is pigment and stone, but your body reacts as if another presence shares the chamber. This may help explain the emotional force of painted caves. They do not merely show animals, they make the underground feel inhabited. The human visitor enters darkness and finds the animal world already waiting there. It remains uncertain whether these images were meant for many viewers or only a few. Some large chambers could hold groups, some narrow spaces could not. Some paintings are placed high, requiring effort or scaffolding. Others sit low, intimate, reachable. The audience may have changed over time. A painting could be made by one person, seen by a few, revisited by many, altered by later hands, remembered differently across generations. The torch burns steadily now, and the painted animals seem calm. They are not attacking, they are not fleeing. They are suspended in the deep time of the cave, held between movement and stillness. Outside, their living counterparts once crossed Ice Age plains, leaving tracks in snow and mud. Inside, their painted forms outlasted the hunters, the children, the fires, the languages, and the climates that shape them. You begin to move again, but slowly, because leaving them feels almost impolite. The horse fades first, then the bison, then the wall becomes stone again, and somewhere farther in, beyond the painted chamber, the cave keeps the silence of those who entered after the animals were made. You leave the painted animals behind, and the cave becomes quieter. The passage beyond the chamber narrows into a darker corridor where the walls seem less touched by image and more shaped by weight. The torchlight no longer finds horses or bison. It finds damp stone, broken ledges, clay pockets, and the occasional gleam of mineral water. The cave feels older here, less like a place of making and more like a place that receives whatever falls into it. Sound shrinks, your footsteps become careful again. Then you notice the hollow. It lies slightly below the main floor, tucked beside a sloping wall where sediment is gathered in a shallow basin. The torchlight reaches it slowly. At first, you see only stones and pale fragments. Then the shapes begin to arrange themselves into something more human. A curve that might be part of a skull, a long bone partly hidden beneath clay, small pieces scattered nearby. Not enough to form a complete body in your mind, but enough to change the chamber completely. This is where the story becomes more delicate. When human remains are found in caves, the easier story is rarely the safest one. A person in darkness does not automatically mean a person trapped. A body beneath stone does not always mean accident. A skull alone does not necessarily mean violence. Caves have received human remains in many ways across prehistory. Some people may have died inside them. Others may have been placed there after death. Some bones may have been moved by water. Animals, later humans, or the slow collapse of cave floors. Each discovery must be studied in its own context, with patience and humility. You kneel near the hollow and imagine the excavation. Brushes moving grain by grain, small flags marking fragments, photographs taken before anything is touched, sediment samples collected for pollen, charcoal, microfauna, and chemical traces. The work is slow because the question is heavy. Who was this person? How did they come here? Were they alone? Were they mourned? Were they lost? The cave does not answer in one voice. One reading begins with accident. A person enters a cave and falls in darkness. A torch fails. A ledge breaks. A flood rises suddenly after rain far outside. A passage becomes confusing. An injured body cannot climb back. In such a case, the cave is not symbolic at all. It is physical danger. Stone, water, darkness, and distance become enough to keep someone from returning. Another reading begins with the living. Perhaps the body was carried here deliberately. In many ancient societies, burial did not always mean a pit beneath open sky. The dead could be placed in caves, rock shelters, chambers, pits, cairns, or other meaningful locations. Bones might be rearranged after decay. Skulls might be moved separately. Bodies might be placed where ancestors, animals, earth, and memory seemed connected. This does not require wild speculation. It requires recognizing that human treatment of the dead has always varied widely. You lift the torch slightly, and the hollow deepens in shadow. If this were a real excavation, the position of the bones would matter. Are the joints still connected? Suggesting a body decomposed where it lay, are bones scattered, suggesting disturbance? Are there cut marks, burning, ornaments, tools, pigments, stones, or animal gnawing? Is the sediment undisturbed? Are there signs of a fall above every detail changes the possible story? What makes cave deaths so haunting is not only that people died, everyone dies, it is that the underground setting makes death feel removed from ordinary human care. A body in a cave raises the fear that someone was beyond reach. Yet the opposite may be true. Some cave burials may represent great care, with the dead placed in protected spaces, hidden from weather, held in the earth like a memory too important to leave exposed. You stand and continue along the edge of the chamber. The floor is uneven, and you place each step carefully. This caution becomes part of the story. You can feel how easily a person could misjudge depth in torchlight. Shadows flatten holes, wet clay hides slopes. A stone that looks solid may shift under weight. A low ceiling can force the body into awkward movement. Even a skilled cave traveller could slip, especially while carrying fire, tools, pigment, food, or helping another person. Cave archaeology often forces two truths to sit side by side. Ancient humans were highly capable, observant, and experienced. They were not foolish wanderers. At the same time, the environments they entered could be unforgiving. Respect for prehistoric skill should not erase danger. Respect for danger should not reduce people to helpless victims. They entered because they had reasons. Sometimes those reasons brought them home, sometimes they did not. You imagine a group searching for someone, not with lanterns and rescue ropes, but with torches, voices, and fear controlled by necessity. They call into the passage. The cave returns, their voices broken and softened. They follow smoke marks, footprints, memory of turns. Perhaps they find the missing person. Perhaps they cannot reach them. Perhaps the cave is too unstable, the passage too tight, the water too high. Perhaps the living leave a mark, a stone, a small object, or nothing at all. Or perhaps no one searched, because the person was not lost. Perhaps the descent was part of a final journey. The body was brought in wrapped in hide, carried by people who knew the route. The torchlight moved over familiar walls. Voices were low. The dead were placed where the cave air stayed cold and still. A stone was moved. Pigment was touched to bone or skin. Then the living turned back toward daylight, leaving one of their own in a chamber that would outlast every memory of their name. The difficulty is that both visions can be plausible, depending on evidence. This is why the best archaeological storytelling remains careful. It lets mystery breathe without pretending to solve what cannot be solved. You pass another hollow and see animal bones mixed into the sediment. This complicates the scene further. Caves are not human spaces alone. Carnivores used them. Herbivores fell into openings. Floods carried remains. Later animals disturbed older deposits. A human bone found among animal bones may belong to a deliberate placement, an accident, or a complex natural process. Context becomes everything. Still, the emotional force remains. The phrase "those who did not leave" is not only about death, it's about the way caves hold human presence after the surface world is forgotten. A person who vanished underground may be absent from every story, yet present in bone. A body placed with care may lose its ceremony, yet keep the fact of care in its arrangement. A lost traveller may leave no words, yet remain in the chamber that took them. You move toward the next passage, and the air cools again. Behind you, the hollow disappears into darkness. You feel the painted animals still somewhere behind, suspended in their ancient motion. Ahead, the cave turns toward the sound of water. Before you go, you look back once. The chamber is quiet, not frightening, not peaceful, but deeply still. Somewhere in that stillness lies one of the oldest human questions. What did the living owe the dead when the world was cold, dangerous, and full of hidden places? The cave keeps its answer low beneath the floor. You continue, carrying the torch carefully, as if every flame is also a promise to return. You hear the river before you see it. At first, it is only a change in the cave's silence. The dripping no longer falls as separate drops. It gathers into a low, continuous murmur, somewhere ahead and below, hidden behind stone. You stand still and listen. The sound seems to come from more than one direction. It slips under the floor, moves behind the wall, vanishes, then returns as a faint rushing breath. The cave is not only stone and darkness, it is water in motion. You follow the sound carefully. The passage slopes downward, and the air grows wetter. The walls shine as if polished by invisible hands. In places, water runs in thin threads over the limestone, leaving pale mineral trails behind. Your torchlight breaks across the wet surfaces, scattering into small trembling reflections. Each step becomes slower. Mud grips your feet. Loose stones shift beneath you. The cave is changing from a place you walk through into a place that asks whether you should continue at all. Underground rivers are among the most beautiful and dangerous features of cave systems. They carve passages, open chambers, dissolve limestone, carry sediment, flood without warning, and erase traces as easily as they preserve them. A quiet stream can become a violent force after rainfall far away on the surface. A dry passage can fill, a pool can conceal depth. A narrow crossing can become impossible in minutes. Ancient humans who entered caves with hidden water had to understand more than darkness. They had to understand the moods of stone and rain. You reach a ledge where the passage opens into a lower channel. Below you, a black ribbon of water moves through the cave. It does not reflect the torch like ordinary water under sky. It absorbs the flame and returns it broken, in shivering pieces. The sound is soft but constant. You imagine standing here thousands of years ago, with no map of the cave system, only experience, memory, and the judgment of those who'd come before. Ancient people were skilled readers of landscape. They knew weather signs, seasonal flows, animal trails, and the behavior of rivers above ground. It is reasonable to think that those who use caves repeatedly also learned their underground waters. They may have known which passages were safe in dry weather, which pools remained when surface streams failed, and which tunnels should be avoided after heavy rain. Yet even good knowledge can meet a bad day. A storm beyond the hill might send water into darkness before anyone inside understood what was happening. You lower the torch and see marks along the damp wall. Some are natural stains, layered where water has risen and fallen. Others are harder to read. A scratched line, a smudge of dark material, a small patch where the surface seems touched. In a cave with water, evidence is always vulnerable. Footprints dissolve, charcoal floats away, bones shift, pigment blurs. The river's an archaeologist and an eraser at once, uncovering some traces while destroying others forever. The surviving record therefore may be unfair. We see what conditions allowed to remain, not everything that happened. A group might have crossed this channel many times and left nothing. A person might have slipped here and vanished downstream without a trace. A carefully placed object might have been moved by flood and later found far from its original meaning. When water is involved, certainty becomes even more difficult. You continue along the ledge, keeping one hand on the wall. The stone is slick, cold, and faintly slimy beneath your fingers. The water below whispers over unseen rocks. Its sound fills the passage so completely that you begin to feel separated from your own thoughts. This is another way caves disorient. They do not need silence. Constant sound can be just as confusing. It masks footsteps. It hides voices. It makes distance hard to judge. A companion calling from behind might seem ahead. A warning might dissolve into the river's murmur. One line of interpretation sees underground water as practical. Hidden streams could provide drinking water, especially in dry seasons or cold landscapes where surface access changed. Springs emerging from caves often became important places in later prehistory. Celtic Britain, Roman Britain, and medieval communities. Water from the earth has long carried associations of purity, danger, healing, and depth, but in the Ice Age cave, before later temples, wells, shrines, and churches, the relationship may already have been complex. Another view begins with the senses. Water underground is not like water in daylight. You do not see where it begins, you do not see where it ends. It comes from the rock. disappears beneath the rock, and speaks in a voice that seems older than human speech to people who moved through a world alive with animal tracks, weather signs, stars, fire, and memory. Such a place may have felt powerful without needing any formal religion as we would define it. You step down toward a shallow crossing where stones rise above the water. The torch must be held high. The air is colder close to the stream. You test the first stone with your foot. It shifts slightly, then settles in a real descent. This would be the moment when confidence matters. One person crosses, another waits, someone passes the lamp. Someone warns the child not to look too long into the black water. The group becomes a chain of trust. A hidden danger lies in how simple the crossing appears. The water is not deep here, only ankle high. But depth is not the only risk. Cold numbs. Slippery stone turns a step into a fall. A dropped torch may die. Wet clothing becomes a burden. If someone strikes their head in darkness, the cave becomes suddenly immense and indifferent. Many ancient journeys must have ended safely, but the possibility of one ending here feels entirely believable. You cross slowly. The water touches your foot with sharp cold. The sound changes around your legs. On the other side, you climb onto a clay bank where small stones and pale fragments have gathered. They may be natural debris. They may include animal bone carried by water. They may include something human moved from another chamber by a flood long ago, in caves. Rivers rearrange stories without asking permission. You look back across the stream. The torchlight makes your own footprints shine briefly in wet clay before water begins softening their edges. You think of ancient tracks found in some caves and how miraculous their survival really is. For every preserved footprint, countless others vanished. For every known cave journey, many left no evidence at all. The past we study is only the part that survived the river, the collapse, the animal, the route, the farmer, the quarry, the tourist, and time itself. The passage beyond the stream rises slightly. The sound of water remains behind you, now muffled by a bend in the stone. Ahead, the air seems clearer, but also more remote. You have crossed a boundary within the cave. It is not marked by a door or symbol, but by the river itself. The world before the water and the world after it feel different. Perhaps ancient people felt that too. Perhaps a crossing like this divided ordinary underground movement from a deeper zone. Perhaps it simply marked the route to another chamber. Perhaps those who crossed knew exactly why they were doing it. While modern minds can only circle the evidence with careful questions, the cave gives no inscription. The water carries no translation. It only moves, as it moved before the footprints, before the paintings, before the bones, before the first human torch entered its sound. You continue upward, away from the river's edge. Your clothing feels damp. The torch smoke smells sharper in the cold air. Behind you, the underground stream keeps speaking to itself in darkness. Somewhere ahead, beyond water and stone, the cave begins to lead you toward Britain, toward hills and ancient forests, toward places where prehistoric traces lie beneath later worlds. You walk on, listening as the hidden river fades into the earth. You emerge from the hidden river into the caves of Britain, not suddenly, not as if the earth has changed in a single step, but gradually, like a dream shifting its landscape while keeping the same cold air. The passage rises, the stone dries slightly, and the darkness begins to feel connected to hills far above you. You imagine the land overhead changing through deep time. Ice advances and retreats, sea levels rise and fall, forests spread, vanish, and return. What will one day be ancient Britain is not always an island. At times, it is connected to wider Europe by low plains, river valleys, marshlands, and hunting grounds now drowned beneath the North Sea. You walk onward, and the cave becomes a doorway into that older Britain before Britain had a name. The landscape above is restless. During colder periods, open steppe and tundra-like environments stretch across parts of the land. In warmer intervals, woodland returns, thick with oak, hazel, birch, pine, and animals moving through shadow. Human groups come and go with climate, resources, and opportunity. Some are early humans, far older than Homo sapiens. Later, Neanderthals occupy parts of the landscape. Later still, modern humans leave traces of hunting, tool-making, art, burial, and survival. The island's human story is not a straight line. It is a series of arrivals, absences, returns, and disappearances. You stand inside a British cave and feel how much time is layered in the walls. Caves in Britain have preserved traces that open-air sites often lost. Limestone regions, coastal cliffs, river valleys, and upland landscapes contain shelters and chambers where bones, tools, sediments, and environmental clues survived long after the surface changed. Places such as Cresswell Crags, Paviland, Kent's Cavern, Cheddar Gorge, and other cave landscapes have become part of the deep archaeological memory of Britain. Each offers fragments. None offers everything. You move through a low chamber where the floor is uneven with old sediment. In one layer, there might be animal bones from a cold period. In another, tools from humans who passed through. In another, evidence of creatures using the cave when people were absent. A single cave can hold many worlds stacked on top of each other, if you cut down through the floor carefully. You do not simply go deeper into soil, you move backward through climates, species, and vanished lives. This is one of the strange gifts of ancient caves. They make time vertical. Above you, modern Britain may have villages, roads, stone walls, farms, churches, and cities. Beneath that visible world lies Roman Britain, with roads, forts, villas, mines, and towns. Beneath that lie Iron Age and Bronze Age landscapes of hill forts, barrows, fields, and ritual places. Beneath those lie Mesolithic camps, Paleolithic hunting grounds, Ice Age shelters, and older presences that reach beyond ordinary imagination. The cave holds these layers with a patience that no chronicle can match. In British caves, the mixture of human and animal evidence can be especially evocative. Cave bears, hyenas, wolves, lions, mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, reindeer, wild horses, deer, and other species appear in different periods and places, depending on climate and region. Sometimes the animals seem to dominate the record. Humans are faint, temporary visitors in a world ruled by creatures whose bones outnumber theirs. At other times, stone tools, cut marks, hearths, and ornaments reveal human skill and return. The question is rarely whether people used caves. They did. The quieter question is how they understood them. You imagine approaching a cave in ancient Britain during a cold season. The entrance cuts into pale limestone. Frost lies in the grass. Smoke from a small camp drifts along the slope. A group has stopped here because the cave offers shelter from the wind. Because animals pass nearby. Because stone can be worked. Because older people remember this place from another journey. Inside, the air smells of damp earth, smoke, hides, and cold mineral water. Children stay close. Someone feeds the fire, someone sharpens a blade. This could be ordinary survival, but farther in, the cave changes again. The safe entrance becomes a darker throat. A narrow passage leads toward chambers where daylight fails. Perhaps no one goes there often. Perhaps only certain people do. Perhaps the deeper spaces are avoided unless there is a reason. The surviving traces do not always tell us which choice was made, and that is where the old unease begins. At Cresswell Crags, for example, engraved Ice Age images discovered in caves and rock shelters have helped reshape the understanding of prehistoric art in Britain. They remind you that Britain was not outside the symbolic world of Ice Age Europe. Its caves and limestone gorges could also hold markings, animal imagery, and hidden human gestures. The fact that some discoveries were recognised only after long periods of study also carries a lesson. Ancient traces can sit in plain sight, waiting for the right light, the right method, or the right question. You lift your torch to a wall and think about how easily a line can be missed. A scratch becomes visible only from one angle. A faint engraving appears only when light rakes across the surface. A mark that one generation ignores becomes a revelation to another. This is not because the past changes, but because our ability to see it does. Elsewhere in ancient Britain, caves and rock shelters have yielded human remains that raise careful questions about burial, violence, ritual treatment, and accident. The famous Red Lady of Pavland, now understood as the burial of a young adult male from the Upper Paleolithic, shows how interpretation can change dramatically as methods improve. Early assumptions shaped by the time of discovery gave way to later scientific analysis. The cave did not change, the questions did. That example matters because every underground discovery is also a story about the people who interpret it. Archaeologists bring tools, training, and caution, but they also inherit old ideas that must sometimes be corrected. A bone once misunderstood can become central to a new picture of ancient Britain. A cave once treated as a curiosity can become evidence of long-distance connections, symbolic behaviour. An Ice Age lifeways far richer than earlier generations imagined. You continue through the British cave, and the air seems filled with hidden coastlines. During lower sea levels, people and animals moved across landscapes now underwater. What looks like an island story today was once part of a broader world. Doggerland, the drowned land that once connected Britain to continental Europe, reminds you that entire human landscapes can vanish beneath the sea. Caves on surviving land may therefore preserve only the edges of a much larger story now lost underwater. Silt and time. That thought deepens the mystery of those who entered and never returned. Some vanished into caves, others vanished from the archaeological record because their camps lay on plains now drowned. Some left tools in places later destroyed by erosion. Some lived in worlds that no longer exist above sea level. Ancient Britain is not merely buried beneath soil. Parts of it are buried beneath the sea. You reach a chamber where daylight from a distant entrance appears as a faint blue-grey stain. It is not enough to guide you fully, but it reminds you of the surface, foggy hills, wind through grass, rivers cutting valleys, herds moving beneath a wide sky. Somewhere far ahead in time, Celtic Britain will rise with its hill forts, offerings, and sacred waters. Later, Roman Britain will build roads across older paths. Later still, medieval churches will stand above bones no one remembers. But here, in the cave, those future worlds are still only possibilities. You turn back toward the deeper passage. The British cave is not one story. It is many stories pressed together: shelter, hunting, art, burial, animal life, climate, migration, survival, and absence. It tells you that ancient Britain was never simple, never empty, never waiting passively for Rome, kings, or written history. Long before cities and chronicles, people entered its caves with fire, skill, fear, memory, and need. And some of those journeys left only the faintest trace. A mark on stone, a bone beneath clay, a passage into darkness. You follow it. As the cave leads beneath the hills, you climb from the deep cave into the hills of Celtic Britain. The change is gradual. The stone passage rises, the air softens, and somewhere ahead a pale breath of daylight begins to gather. You step through a narrow opening and find yourself beneath a sky heavy with mist. The cave mouth behind you is dark and wet. half hidden by ferns, brambles and roots around you. Hills roll away in muted green and grey. Ancient trees stand in the valleys. Smoke lifts from a distant settlement. A track winds along the slope, not a Roman road yet, not a mapped highway, but a path made by feet, hooves, memory, and repeated need. This is Britain before the full weight of Rome, not empty Britain, not silent Britain, not a land waiting to become history. It is a lived landscape of farms, hill forts, rivers, sacred places, seasonal movement, trade, conflict, craft, family, and belief. People build roundhouses from timber, wattle, daub, thatch, and earth. They raise animals, cultivate crops, work metal, weave cloth, shape pottery, and move goods across surprisingly wide networks. Salt, iron, tin, bronze, ornaments, glass beads, and stories travel from one community to another. The ancient world is already connected, even where writing is scarce. You walk along the hillside path, and the cave follows you in memory. It is behind you, but not gone. In Celtic Britain, caves, springs, rivers, bogs, wells, and hidden places may have carried meanings that modern archaeology can approach only carefully. Water emerging from the earth could become important. Deep hollows in hills could gather stories. Places where the surface world opened into darkness may have seemed connected to ancestors, spirits, underworld ideas, or powers of the landscape. Yet the evidence does not permit a single simple map of belief. Archaeology can show deposits, locations, patterns, and objects. It cannot fully recover the vanished words spoken beside them. You pass a spring below the cave. Water slips from beneath limestone and gathers in a clear pool before running down through grass. The surface is still enough to hold the sky. Someone has placed stones near its edge, perhaps naturally, perhaps by hand. In later Iron Age and Roman contexts, offerings in watery places are well known across parts of Britain and Europe. Weapons, ornaments, coins, vessels, and other objects placed in rivers, pools, springs, and bogs. But every site has its own story, and not every object in water is an offering. Some are lost, some are discarded, some are moved by flood. Meaning depends on context, and context is often damaged. Still, you can feel why such a place would matter. The water comes from darkness. It appears from stone. It is useful, beautiful, and slightly unnerving. In a world without underground maps or geological diagrams, a spring may seem like the hill speaking in liquid form. People might drink from it, lead animals to it, mark it with story, avoid it at certain times, or return to it in moments of need. A cave above and a spring below create a landscape that feels layered. The hill has an inside and an outside. The water has a hidden path. The earth is not solid. It contains passages. You continue toward a settlement on the ridge. Roundhouses stand within an enclosure, their thatched roofs dark with moisture. Smoke escapes through roof openings and drifts sideways in the wind. Dogs move near the entrance. Cattle shift in a pen. Someone repairs a fence. Someone carries a basket. Someone grinds grain on a stone, turning effort into food with patient rhythm. Daily life here is not mystical in every moment. It is labour, hunger, weather, kinship, and routine. The sacred, if present, is woven through ordinary survival rather than separated from it. That is important to remember. Ancient people did not live inside constant ceremony. They cooked, slept, quarrelled, traded, raised children, feared poor harvests, watched animals, repaired roofs, buried the dead, remembered old paths. Yet certain places may have pulled ordinary life toward deeper meaning. A cave in the hill, a hollow that stayed cold in summer, a spring that never failed, a chamber where bones had been found, a tunnel where voices came back changed, You stand at the entrance of a roundhouse and smell smoke, damp wool, grain, animal hide, and earth. Firelight touches woven walls. A pot hangs near the hearth. People sit close because warmth is precious. Outside, the cave is only a dark mark in the hill. But you wonder how often eyes turn toward it. Did children dare one another to approach it? Did elders warn against it? Did certain members of the community know stories of what lay inside? Did anyone remember older bones found there? Older marks, older traces whose makers were already ancient to them? The strange part is not that we know nothing, but that we know just enough to keep asking. Iron Age Britain has left settlements, hill forts, burials, metalwork, field systems, and ritual deposits. Yet belief remains partly hidden because much was spoken, enacted, and remembered without being written down by the communities themselves. Later Roman writers described Celtic peoples from outside perspectives, often with misunderstanding, politics, and exaggeration mixed in. Archaeology must therefore balance material evidence against texts that are useful but not neutral. You leave the settlement and walk toward a hill fort above the valley. The ramparts rise as great earthworks, softened by grass. From the top, you can see streams, woods, fields, and distant ridges. Power here is visible: defense, status, community identity, storage, gathering, and display may all play a role, yet beyond the rampart, at the base of the hill, the cave remains hidden. One world is built upward into visibility. The other opens downward into concealment. That contrast feels important. Hill forts announce human presence across the landscape. Caves absorb it. A rampart tells others, "We are here." A cave says nothing, yet keeps what enters. In Celtic Britain, both forms of place could matter. The high ground for seeing and being seen, the underground for memory, danger, and perhaps encounter. Nothing in the hill proves a single answer, but the landscape invites layered behaviour. People may have farmed above ancient chambers without entering them often, or they may have returned to them during certain seasons, crises, rites, or acts of remembrance. You descend from the hill fort as evening thickens, mist gathers in the lower fields, the cave mouth darkens until it looks like a closed eye in the slope. You think of prehistoric humans entering caves thousands of years earlier, leaving prints, bones, marks, and painted animals. You think of Iron Age communities living near those same openings, perhaps unaware of the oldest traces inside, perhaps aware only through story, perhaps adding new meanings to ancient places. A cave does not belong to one age. It survives long enough to be misunderstood many times. Someone in Celtic Britain might enter for shelter during rain, for water, for storage, for hiding, for curiosity, for a tale told by elders, or for reasons that leave no archaeological signature. Another might refuse to enter at all. Fear, respect, taboo, practicality, and habit could all shape behaviour. The cave preserves the action, while hiding the reason. Night settles over the valley. The roundhouses glow faintly from within. The spring continues to speak below the rock, somewhere beyond the mist. The future roads of Roman Britain have not yet arrived, but they are coming. Soldiers, surveyors, miners, merchants, and administrators will one day cut across older landscapes and bring new forms of underground work, new shrines, new tunnels, new explanations, and new misunderstandings. For now, you stand between the hill and the cave. Above you, smoke rises from human homes. Below you, darkness waits in stone, and you realize that ancient Britain was never only a surface world. Beneath its fields, forts, forests, and later ruins, older depths were always there, patient, cold, and listening. You feel Rome arrive before you see it, not as an army in bright formation, not yet, but as a pressure moving across the landscape, a straightness where paths once curved, a survey line across wet ground, a distant hammering where timber is being cut, a road planned before it exists. The hills of Celtic Britain do not vanish, and neither do the older caves, springs, stories, and underground chambers, but something new begins to settle over them, something organised, written, measured, taxed, mapped, and built in stone. You stand on a ridge at dawn. Mist lies in the valleys like pale wool. Below, a Roman road is beginning to cut through the older land. Men dig drainage ditches beside it. Gravel is spread in layers. Stones are laid. The road does not follow every curve of the hill or every memory of the old track. It pushes forward with intent. Behind it come forts, towns, villas, bathhouses, shrines, mines, markets, and written records. Britain is not becoming civilized for the first time. It is being folded into a different kind of empire. The cave remains behind you in the hillside. That contrast matters. Roman Britain often appears to us through visible structures, walls, roads, mosaics, inscriptions, altars, pottery, coins, and ruins beneath modern cities. But Roman power also moved underground. It entered mines, quarries, wells, drains, hypocaust systems, burial chambers, cellars, and temples built near older sacred places. The Roman world was not only sunlight on marble and marching soldiers, it was also damp tunnels, soot-blackened shafts, underground water channels, and the deep labour of extracting wealth from the earth. You descend toward a settlement where Roman influence has begun to reshape daily life. A timber building stands near an older roundhouse. Imported pottery sits beside local wares. A coin changes hands. Someone speaks a native language, someone else Latin, and many people probably move between worlds more fluidly than later history suggests. Roman Britain was not one uniform culture laid neatly over another. It was negotiation, adoption, resistance, blending, ambition, fear, survival, and local difference. The older underground places did not simply disappear beneath this new order. Some were ignored, some were reused, some were misunderstood, some may have gained new meanings. A cave known to local communities before conquest might become a place of curiosity to Roman soldiers or settlers. A spring already treated with respect might receive offerings in Roman style. A mine worked in earlier times might be expanded under imperial demand. A hidden chamber in the landscape might remain hidden, while a road passed nearby without noticing it. Archaeology can show the overlap, but not always the conversation between worlds. A Roman coin found near an older sacred place may suggest visitation, offering, loss, trade, or later disturbance. A temple built near a spring may continue earlier reverence, or impose a new framework upon it. A mine shaft expanded during Roman occupation may erase signs of earlier extraction. The earth records contact, but it does not always preserve intention. You walk along the road, and the sound changes beneath your feet. The soft old path has become firm, gravelly, engineered. Water drains to the sides. Wheel ruts begin to form. In time, roads like this will connect forts, towns, ports, and administrative centres across Roman Britain. They will make movement faster, taxes more collectible, soldiers more deployable, and trade more regular. Yet roads also create strange archaeological shadows. They encourage people to travel above ground in visible corridors, while the older hidden corridors beneath hills remain outside imperial order. Still, Rome was drawn to the underground because the empire needed materials. Lead, silver, iron, copper, tin, gold, stone, salt, and other resources mattered deeply. Mines in Britain and across the Roman world were places of technical knowledge and human hardship. Some were open workings, others descended into shafts and galleries where lamps burned low. Air grew poor. Water had to be managed. and labour was dangerous. If prehistoric cave descent was often tied to survival, memory, or mystery. Roman underground work added another force extraction. You pause beside an old mine opening where the earth has been cut differently from a natural cave. The entrance is more angular, more purposeful. Tool marks scar the rock. Water gathers at the base. The darkness beyond is not the darkness of a cave shaped by water over immense time. It is a darkness widened by human demand. Inside such places, the risks were familiar and severe collapse, flooding, bad air, exhaustion, injury, and the simple terror of being far from daylight. The evidence points in more than one direction when older and Roman underground workings overlap. Some mines may have roots before Roman occupation, with local communities extracting resources in smaller ways. Romans often intensified production, organised labour differently, and connected extraction to imperial supply systems. Later periods then reused the same places again, sometimes destroying early evidence. A mine can therefore become a palimpsest of need, with prehistoric traces, Roman cuts, medieval expansion, and modern disturbance all pressed into one scar in the earth. You move from the mine mouth to a nearby shrine. It is modest, not a grand temple of empire, stone blocks, a small altar, perhaps a spring or pool nearby. The water is clear and cold. People come here with offerings, coins, pins, small objects, written dedications where literacy allows. In Roman Britain, religious life often blended local and imperial forms. Native deities could be paired with Roman gods, springs, rivers, and wells continued to attract attention. The underground source of water remained meaningful even when names and rituals changed. The strange part is how continuity can hide beneath change. A place sacred before Rome might look Roman in its surviving objects because the earlier offerings were perishable, disturbed, or invisible to archaeology. A spring with Roman coins may have a deeper past that leaves fewer traces. A cave near a Roman road may have been known to local people for generations, but appear in the record only when a Roman object was dropped or deposited there. The visible empire can make the older landscape harder to see, not easier. You continue into a Roman town at evening. Lamps glow inside timber and stone buildings. Smoke rises from hearths. A bathhouse steams softly. Drains carry waste beneath floors. Cellars hold goods in cool air. Wells open into darkness below courtyards. The underground has become domestic, engineered, and practical. Water is controlled. Heat moves beneath floors through hypocaust systems. Storage rooms use the earth's coolness. Burial roads outside settlements hold tombs and graves. Rome brings its own relationship with beneath. Yet the ancient unease remains. A well is practical, but it is also a vertical hole into darkness. A cellar stores goods, but it can become a hiding place, a refuse pit, a sealed deposit. A drain is engineered, but it carries the hidden underside of urban life. A mine produces wealth, but it also swallows labour. A shrine at a spring may be orderly on the surface, but the water still rises from unseen depths. Roman Britain did not erase the mystery of underground places, and gave them new uses and new names. You stand at the edge of the town and look back toward the hills. The cave where prehistoric humans walked remains beyond the road, beyond the fields, beyond the Roman surveyor's line. Perhaps soldiers passed it without entering. Perhaps local people still knew it. Perhaps someone placed an offering near its mouth. Perhaps no one cared, and the cave slept through the empire. That is the quiet truth of history underground. Empires rise above hidden places that are already ancient. Roads cross landscapes whose oldest stories are below the soil. A Roman wall may stand above prehistoric sediments. A villa may be built near a spring known long before Latin reached the valley. A mine may cut into a hill where earlier people gathered pigment, stone, or memory. Night falls over Roman Britain. The road fades into mist. Somewhere, a lamp burns in a mine. Somewhere, water moves beneath a bathhouse floor. Somewhere, an old cave keeps its prints, bones, signs, and silence beneath the hills. You follow the road for a while, then turn toward the darker opening in the earth. Rome has arrived, but the underground was waiting long before. You descend into the mine where the earth has been opened by human hands. The entrance is not like the soft, dark mouth of the earlier cave. It is harsher, narrower, more deliberate. The stone around it bears scars, tool marks cut across the rock in short, repeated strokes. Broken fragments lie near the threshold, some sharp, some rounded by water and weather. The passage beyond slopes downward with a purpose that nature rarely gives so directly. This is not simply a hollow found in the hill. This is a wound made for need. You step inside, and the air changes immediately. It is close, metallic, and damp. The smell of wet stone mixes with the faint imagined scent of smoke, sweat, leather, and lamp oil. The ceiling is low enough to make you bend. The walls press in with a different feeling from the cave. A natural cave seems to have grown through time. A mine seems to have been argued into existence, stroke by stroke, by people who wanted something hidden in the rock. Ancient mines belong to a darker chapter of human ingenuity. They show skill, courage, planning, and technical knowledge, but also danger, exhaustion, and pressure. People entered the earth for flint, copper, tin, gold, iron, lead, silver, salt, ochre, and stone. Long before modern machines, miners followed seams by eye, memory, and touch. They used stone, bone, antler, wood, fire. Metal tools in later periods, lamps, wedges, baskets, ropes, and raw endurance. The underground became a workplace where survival and ambition met in darkness. You move deeper, and the torchlight shows a vein running through the wall. It's slightly different in colour, a line of promise inside the rock. To an untrained eye, it may look ordinary. To someone who knew the earth, it could mean tools, ornaments, trade, status, food, weapons, or wealth. A mineral seam is not merely geology when a community depends on it. It is possibility hidden beneath danger. In prehistoric Britain and wider Europe, mining was already a significant activity long before Rome. Neolithic flint mines, for example, show that people were willing to dig deep shafts and galleries to obtain high-quality stone. At places such as Grimes Graves in Norfolk, ancient miners cut into chalk to reach flint seams, using antler picks and careful knowledge of the underground. This was not casual digging. It required planning, labour, cooperation, and a willingness to enter spaces where collapse, darkness, and injury were constant possibilities. You imagine one of those earlier miners descending through a shaft. Above, daylight is only a pale circle. Below, chalk dust hangs in the air, an antler pick strikes the wall with a dull sound. Flint nodules are loosened, collected, carried upward. Someone waits at the surface, someone prepares tools, someone watches for shifting chalk. The mine is not a sacred cave in the obvious sense, but it is still a place where humans cross into the earth to bring something hidden into the world. Then Rome intensifies the pattern in Roman Britain. Mining becomes tied to imperial systems of production, taxation, military supply, and trade. Lead from the Mendips and other regions, iron from the Weald and elsewhere, gold at Dolaucothi in Wales, and other resources fed larger networks of power. Roads helped move materials, forts protected regions, administrators counted and claimed. The underground was no longer only local knowledge. It became part of an empire's appetite. You walk through a low gallery and notice how little space there is for comfort. The walls are close enough to scrape your shoulder. Water gathers in shallow channels along the floor. The air feels used. In ancient mining, ventilation mattered, drainage mattered, lighting mattered. A flame could reveal ore, but it could also consume air. Water could soften work, but also flood a passage. A roof could stand for years, then fail without warning. Every useful seam pulled people farther from safety. This is where interpretation becomes careful. Mines can look mysterious because they go deep, twist unexpectedly, and sometimes end in strange chambers or blind tunnels. But much of that strangeness comes from practical pursuit. A seam bends, and the miner follows. The good stone disappears, and the passage stops. A gallery branches because several workers tested different directions. What seems like a labyrinth may be the shape of human need chasing mineral logic through stone. Yet practicality does not erase mystery entirely. At some ancient mines, unusual deposits, objects, or patterns suggest that the act of mining may have carried meanings beyond extraction. Tools left behind, animal remains, placed objects, or special treatment of certain spaces can raise questions. Were these simply discarded materials? Were they offerings connected to the danger of entering the earth? Were they marks of closure, memory, or work rituals? The answers vary by site, and often the safest conclusion remains unfinished. A mine can be both workplace and threshold. You pause in a chamber where the ceiling opens slightly. The torchlight climbs over rough walls and catches old scars of cutting. You imagine miners resting here, their bodies aching, their hands raw, their faces darkened by dust. There is no romantic softness in this labour. Ancient underground work could be brutal. Some labourers may have been skilled specialists, others may have been enslaved, coerced, indebted, or bound by systems we can only partly reconstruct in specific contexts. Roman mining especially could involve harsh conditions. Though the organisation varied across regions and resources, the mine asks a different version of the same question that the cave asked. Why enter? For shelter. The answer is survival. For painting. Perhaps memory or belief. For burial. Care or fear. For mining. The answer seems clearer to obtain what the earth hides, but the deeper you go, the less simple it feels. Humans entered mines because stone could become a blade, or it could become a tool, metal could become power, salt could preserve food, pigment could mark bodies or walls. Beneath every practical object lies a chain of descent. Someone had to go below. You continue along a gallery where the floor drops suddenly. The torch reveals a shaft descending into blackness. Water drips somewhere below. A rope once may have hung here, or a ladder, or a series of footholds cut into the wall. You lean over only slightly. The darkness rises like cold breath in such places. The phrase never returned becomes painfully plausible. A fall, a collapse, a flood, a lamp gone out, a worker overcome by bad air, an injured miner beyond reach. The underground does not need legend to be dangerous. Archaeology sometimes finds abandoned tools in mines, and their presence can be deeply moving. An antler pick left in chalk, a wooden shovel preserved in damp conditions, lamp lost or discarded. These objects speak of interrupted labour. Perhaps the tool broke. Perhaps the mine was exhausted. Perhaps the workers moved on. Perhaps something happened that made returning impossible. The object remains, not as treasure but as a pause gesture. You think of the surface above. A settlement needs tools. A smith needs ore. A farmer needs a blade. A trader needs goods. A warrior wants metal. A family needs salt or stone. All these surface desires draw lines downward into the earth. Mines reveal that ancient civilization, whether prehistoric, Celtic, Roman, or medieval, was built partly from hidden labour in dark places. The gallery narrows again, and you feel the weight of the hill above you. This is not the open mystery of a painted cave. It is a compressed human struggle, Every cut in the wall says effort. Every loose stone says risk. Every dark branch says someone believed the reward was worth another step. You turn back toward the entrance slowly, following the torch smoke as it leans toward faint air. Behind you, the mine continues into the hill, deeper than comfort, older than written names, filled with marks of hands that wanted what the earth refused to give easily. Outside, ancient Britain waits under mist. Inside, the mine keeps the memory of those who went too far. You leave the mine and enter a tunnel that does not explain itself. It is not deep enough to feel like a great natural cave, and not regular enough to feel purely Roman. The passage sits beneath a low rise in the land, hidden under grass, roots, and centuries of weather. Its entrance is small, almost secretive, partly collapsed at the edges. A person must stoop to enter. The walls are built from stone in places, cut from earth in others, and the ceiling presses low enough to make every movement deliberate. This is one of the forgotten tunnels. You step inside, and the air becomes cool and enclosed. It smells of damp soil, old stone, and roots, unlike the painted caves. This place feels closer to human settlement. It belongs near fields, homes, animals, stored grain, smoke, and footsteps overhead. Yet once you are inside, the ordinary world disappears quickly. The tunnel bends, and daylight thins behind you. The passage is narrow, quiet, and slightly uneven, as if it was made by people who cared more about function than beauty. Across ancient and early medieval landscapes in parts of Britain, Ireland, Scotland, and Europe, underground structures appear under many names and forms: souterrains fogus, earth houses, cellars, passages, storage chambers, and hidden underground rooms have all drawn attention. Some are built from stone slabs, some are dug into earth, some connect with settlements, some stand apart. Some are spacious enough to move through with effort, others are low, cramped, and difficult to interpret. The old explanations do not cover every detail. Storage is one possibility. Underground chambers can provide cooler, more stable conditions for food, dairy products, grain, or valuables. Refuge is another possibility. A hidden passage beneath a settlement could offer temporary shelter during danger, although staying underground for long would bring its own risks. Some structures may have served both purposes at different times. Others may have held meanings that do not fit neatly into modern categories of storehouse, hiding place, or ritual chamber. You continue along the tunnel, and the torchlight crawls over stone slabs lining the wall. The construction is careful, but not grand. Each stone has been placed to hold the passage open against pressure from the earth. The ceiling is low because height requires labour, and labour is never free. Every extra inch must be dug, carried, supported, and maintained. The tunnel is not a monument to display power across the landscape. It is power hidden from view. That hiddenness changes everything. A hill fort announces itself. A Roman road declares direction. A villa shows status. But an underground passage asks to be missed. Its value may lie in being known only to certain people. If you lived in the settlement above, perhaps you knew where the entrance lay beneath a floor, behind a wall, under a stone, near a bank, or inside an enclosure. If you were an outsider, the hill might seem ordinary: grass, wind, sheep, smoke, nothing more. The most important space could be beneath your feet. Archaeologists can agree on the stones, but not always on the purpose. A tunnel connected to a settlement may suggest storage or refuge. An entrance designed to be concealed may suggest secrecy. Ventilation, drainage, wear patterns, associated objects, animal remains, pottery, grain traces, and evidence of blocking or reuse all matter. But many of these structures were cleaned out, reused, disturbed, or collapsed long before modern excavation. What survives is the tunnel. not the conversation that gave it meaning. You pause where the passage widens into a small chamber. The roof is supported by flat stones. Moisture glistens between them. The floor is compacted earth. You imagine baskets stored along the wall, perhaps grain or dairy products kept cool. You imagine tools, jars, hides, or objects hidden during unstable times. You imagine people crouched here in darkness while danger passed overhead. None of these scenes is impossible. None can be assumed without evidence. The tunnel makes you think of fear in a different way. The Ice Age cave was a threshold into deep natural darkness. The mine was a place of labour and extraction. This underground chamber belongs to communities that lived above it. Its darkness was not remote, it was domestic. It sat beneath daily life like a second, hidden room. Children may have known it existed. Adults may have checked stores there. Someone may have entered at night with a small lamp, listening to the muted sounds of animals and wind outside. What makes some forgotten tunnels unsettling is their closeness to home. The danger is not far away in a mountain. It is under the house, under the field, under the place where meals are cooked and families sleep, if used for refuge. The tunnel turns ordinary ground into a secret defence, if used for storage. It turns earth into a refrigerator of the ancient world. If used for ritual or symbolic acts in certain cases, it makes the hidden underside of settlement part of social memory. The evidence pauses before it becomes explanation. You look at the far end of the chamber, a passage continues, but it narrows suddenly, as if forcing anyone who enters to crawl. Why make it so tight? Practical reasons are possible. It might conserve labour, improve stability, limit access, or lead to a smaller storage cell. But a tight passage also controls the body. It slows movement. It makes entry selective. It turns going inward into an act that must be chosen, not done casually. You crouch and move into the narrow section. The air becomes still. The torch must be held low. Your shoulder brushes the wall, and grains of soil fall softly in a place like this. A sudden collapse would leave little chance. A person could become trapped in a tunnel made not by nature, but by their own community. The thought is quiet, but it stays with you. Human beings have always created spaces that protect and endanger at the same time. Some underground structures were blocked, abandoned, or deliberately closed. The reasons vary. A tunnel might become unstable, a settlement might move, storage needs might change, a threat might pass, a place might lose its social meaning, or closure itself might matter. Stones placed at an entrance may simply keep animals out, prevent collapse, or seal a useless chamber. They may also mark an ending. The difficulty is knowing when an ending was practical and when it was remembered. You reach the final space. It is small, barely a chamber at all. The ceiling slopes downward, and the floor is dry compared with the entrance. The torchlight reveals nothing dramatic. No treasure, no painted animals, no obvious bones, just stone, soil, and darkness. Yet the emptiness does not disappoint. It feels truthful. Many ancient mysteries are not filled with spectacular objects. They are made of labour whose purpose has slipped away. You think of the people above. They harvested, repaired roofs, tended animals, traded, feared raids, watched weather, and told stories beside firelight. Beneath them, this tunnel waited. It may have protected food. It may have protected people. It may have held objects considered valuable or dangerous. It may have served one purpose for a generation, then another for their descendants. A hidden underground place can change meaning without changing shape. When you turn back, the route outward looks different. The tunnel that seemed to lead inward now feels like a passage to the surface world. You move slowly, guided by flame and memory. The entrance appears as a dull patch of grey ahead. Outside, the wind moves through grass, above ground. Everything seems open again, but you know better now. Ancient landscapes were full of hidden interiors. Caves in hills, mines in rock, souterrains beneath settlements, chambers under fields, forgotten tunnels whose entrances collapsed and whose stories thinned into silence. You step out into the evening. Behind you, the underground chamber vanishes into the slope, almost invisible. Ahead, villages wait above the dark. You walk toward the village above the dark. It sits on a rise between fields and woodland, where the ground is dry enough for houses and high enough to watch the valley. Smoke lifts from roofs in thin blue lines. A dog barks once, then quiets. Cattle shift behind a fence. The evening light settles on thatch. Timber, mud walls, and worn paths made by generations of feet. At first, the place feels entirely ordinary. People live here. They cook, mend, trade, sleep, argue, raise children, and watch the seasons pass. But beneath the village, the earth is not simple. You know that now, after caves, mines, rivers, sealed chambers, and forgotten tunnels. You cannot look at any settlement as only a surface arrangement. A house may stand above an older pit. A field may hide a collapsed passage. A path may cross a filled ditch, a burial, a cellar, or an entrance forgotten long before anyone here was born. Ancient villages often seem calm from above, but archaeology reveals them as layered places where daily life pressed constantly against storage. Waste, death, memory, and fear. You enter along a narrow track between fences. The ground is muddy from recent rain. Straw has been thrown into the worst patches near the doorways. A woman carries water from a spring at the edge of the settlement. Someone feeds a fire inside a roundhouse. Children sit near the entrance, shaping small pieces of clay or bone, imitating the work of adults. A man repairs a wooden frame with slow practiced movements. Nothing about this scene announces mystery. That is what makes it convincing. Most ancient mysteries begin in ordinary life. The underground chamber you left behind lies beneath the slope outside the settlement. Perhaps the villagers know it well. Perhaps they store food there. Perhaps it is used only in certain seasons. Perhaps it has already collapsed and become a story told to frighten children away from unstable ground. The evidence of such places can survive in fragment stone linings, dark soil fills, pottery, animal bones, post holes, storage pits, drains, and changes in the texture of the earth. Excavation can trace the structure, but not the tone of voice used when people spoke about it. You pause beside a grain storage pit near one of the houses. It is covered now, but you imagine it open a dark circular mouth in the ground, lined or prepared to protect stored food. Storage was one of the great challenges of ancient life. Harvest did not guarantee survival. Food had to be kept dry, hidden from pests, safe from theft, and usable through lean months. Underground spaces helped because Earth could regulate temperature and conceal value. What feels mysterious now may once have been practical household management. Yet storage also creates anxiety. A pit holds food, but it also holds the fear of hunger. A chamber protects goods, but also invites secrecy. A covered entrance can be forgotten, hidden, or misused. A child might fall, an enemy might search, a family might conceal something in haste and never recover it. The ordinary practical underground is never entirely free from unease. You move through the village as dusk thickens, firelight begins to glow in doorways, the smell of smoke, damp wool, grain, dung, and cooking food settles over the settlement. Beneath this warm human atmosphere, the older darkness remains. You imagine the villagers walking daily above hidden spaces without thinking of them, just as modern people walk over cellars, pipes, crypts, tunnels, drains, and foundations without feeling the weight of what lies below. Familiarity softens fear. What is terrifying to a stranger may be routine to those who live beside it. Still, Some places in the village seem to resist casual use. At the edge of the settlement, near a group of old stones, the ground dips toward a blocked hollow. Grass grows differently there, darker and thicker. Water gathers after rain. No house is built directly over it. Perhaps the soil is unstable. Perhaps the hollow is a collapsed storage chamber. Perhaps it marks an older entrance to a cave or mine. Perhaps it is avoided because people remember something, even if they no longer remember clearly what. Archaeology often finds such hesitation in negative form as space left empty. A building placed slightly aside, a boundary that seems to respect an older feature. The facts are solid only up to a point. Villages were built, occupied, repaired, abandoned, and rebuilt. Pits were dug, tunnels were used, caves and mines existed near settlements in some landscapes. People stored, hid, discarded, buried, and retrieved things. But the emotional geography of a village is hard to recover. Which places were safe, which were private, which were shameful, which were sacred, which were simply inconvenient. The soil keeps traces of action more easily than traces of feeling. You step inside a roundhouse. The interior is warm compared with the evening air. A central hearth glows red. Smoke rises and escapes imperfectly through the roof. Shadows move over the curved wall. Tools hang from posts. A pot rests near the fire. People sit close together, their faces softened by flame. You hear low voices, the scrape of wood, the shifting of bodies, the small sounds of domestic life. This is the world above the dark, fragile, social, fragrant, and full of repeated tasks. But even here, the ground matters. Floors are made, repaired, swept, resurfaced. Objects are lost in them. Tiny fragments of bone, charred grain, pottery, ash, and stone become pressed into the living surface. Beneath a house floor, people may place deposits deliberately, though interpretation must be cautious. A pot, a bone, a tool, or a small object under a threshold might be accident. Foundation practice, ritual act, or later disturbance. The house, like the cave, can hold more than one meaning. You look toward the doorway, where night has deepened. Beyond the warm circle of the hearth, the village paths fade into shadow. Someone mentions the spring. Someone else mentions a noise near the old hollow. The conversation's ordinary, but you sense how stories attach themselves to places. A lost animal, a collapsed pit, a stranger seen near the tunnel, a child warned not to go below the bank. Over generations, practical warnings can become folklore, and folklore can preserve a memory long after its original cause has vanished. That process may explain some of the strange endurance of underground fear. A cave where someone died becomes a place to avoid. A mine collapse becomes a tale. A storage chamber used during a raid becomes part of family memory. A spring linked to healing becomes sacred. A hidden passage used once in crisis becomes legend. The community may continue repeating the rule long after the reason is blurred. Do not go there after rain. Do not enter alone. Do not move the stones. Do not follow the lower path. You leave the roundhouse and walk back into the cold. The village is quieter now. Fires glow through doorways. The stars appear between clouds. Somewhere beneath the slope, the forgotten tunnel lies in darkness. Somewhere deeper in the hills, caves hold older footprints and bones. The people sleeping above may know only a little of that ancient depth. Or they may know more than archaeology can ever prove. This is the power of villages above the dark. They show that underground mystery was not always far away. It could sit beside the cooking fire, behind the animal pen, below the storage floor, at the edge of the field. The hidden world was woven into daily life, not separate from it. You pause at the village boundary and look back. Above ground, human warmth gathers under thatch. Below ground, cold chambers wait, and between them, ancient life continues, balanced carefully over darkness. You leave the village and follow the path toward the place people avoid after sunset. It lies beyond the last fence, where the ground slopes into a hollow and the trees grow closer together. The village fires remain behind you as small orange points, soft and human beneath the darkening sky. Ahead, the land loses its familiar shape. Mist collects between trunks. Roots cross the path like old fingers. Somewhere below, water moves under stone. The cave entrance is not visible yet, but you feel its presence in the colder air. This is the fear of below, not panic, not the loud fear of sudden danger. Something older and quieter, the kind of fear that gathers around places people respect because they do not fully control them. A deep cave, a spring that rises from darkness, a mine where someone was injured, a tunnel beneath a house, a burial chamber under a mound, a well with no visible bottom. The ancient world was full of openings, and every opening asked the same silent question: what is beneath us? You walk through wet grass, and the earth softens under your feet in daylight. This path might seem ordinary. At night, it becomes a threshold. Ancient people lived much closer to darkness than most modern listeners do. When the sun went down, light came from fire, moon, stars, and memory. Beyond the hearth, the world could vanish quickly. Forest edges deepened, hills became silhouettes. Water reflected the sky in black fragments. A cave mouth after sunset would not look empty. It would look like a place where light had failed to enter. Fear, in such a world, was not weakness, it was knowledge. A person who feared unstable ground might survive. A child who feared deep water might live long enough to learn. A hunter who feared a bear den might avoid death. Fear could be practical, inherited, taught, and refined. But fear could also gather meaning. Once a place was dangerous, stories could attach to it. Once stories attached, the danger could outlive the original event. A cave where one person vanished might become a place no one entered without care. A spring where offerings were placed might become a point of respect. A pit that swallowed animals might become a boundary between the living world and something imagined below. You reach the hollow. The entrance appears between stones, low and black, with fern leaves hanging over it. Cold air slips out. The cave seems smaller than its reputation, almost modest, yet reputation is part of landscape. A place does not need to be large to become powerful, it only needs to be remembered. The archaeological record rarely preserves fear directly, it preserves actions that fear may have shaped. A blocked entrance, a path that avoids a hollow, objects placed in water, burials set apart, settlements positioned near but not too near certain features, repeated visits to a cave entrance but few traces deeper inside. These patterns can hint at caution, respect, avoidance, or practical use, but they cannot reproduce the feeling in someone's chest as they stood before the dark. You crouch near the cave mouth and listen. The air moves faintly against your face. The sound inside is not dramatic. A drip, a small shift of water, perhaps a bat stirring in the hidden roof. Yet the mind fills gaps quickly. That is not a modern flaw. It is an ancient survival mechanism. When you cannot see, you imagine. When you imagine, you prepare. The invisible has always shaped human behavior. In many cultures, the underground has been linked with death, ancestors, hidden powers, birth, transformation, treasure, punishment, spirits, and return. It would be careless to impose one belief system on all prehistoric or ancient communities, but it would be just as careless to imagine that beneath the earth was only empty space to them. Bodies were buried in the ground. Seeds were placed in soil and rose again. Springs emerged from unseen depths. Caves held bones. Mines gave metal. The below was dangerous, fertile, useful. and strange. You step inside the entrance, just far enough for the village lights to disappear behind the bend. Immediately the world narrows. The smell is damp stone and old leaves. Your hand touches the wall, and the rock feels colder than the night. This physical change alone could create awe. You do not need written mythology to feel that the cave belongs to a different order, temperature, sound, darkness. An enclosure reshapes the body, the mind follows. The fear of below may also have been social. Certain people might know underground places better than others. Miners, hunters, ritual specialists, elders, children raised near caves, or families who use storage tunnels may have carried specific knowledge. What one person fears, another person manages. Knowledge can turn terror into caution, but knowledge can also create secrecy. If only some people know the path through a cave, then the cave becomes a controlled space. Access itself becomes meaningful. You imagine a young person standing where you stand, told not to enter beyond the first chamber. The warning may be practical, the floor drops, the air is bad, the water rises, animals den there, or the warning may be wrapped in story, because story is easier to remember than instruction. Do not go in because the old ones are there. Do not go in because the hill listens. Do not go in because someone once followed the lower passage and did not return. The literal and the symbolic do not need to compete. A story about the hill listening can keep a child away from a deadly shaft. A tale of a spirit in the spring can protect a water source from careless pollution. A taboo around a burial cave can preserve the dead from disturbance. Ancient fear could be both belief and safety system, both memory and rule. You move deeper by a few steps. Your torchlight catches a polished patch on the wall, as if many hands touched it over time. It may be natural smoothing, it may be water, it may be repeated human contact. The uncertainty is familiar now. What matters is how the possibility changes your sense of the place. If many hands touched this wall, then this cave was not simply avoided. It was approached, entered, perhaps negotiated with. The most honest reading is unfinished. Some underground places were feared and avoided. Some were used daily. Some were entered during crisis. Some received the dead. Some produced resources. Some became sacred. Some were forgotten. Often, the same place may have carried several meanings across centuries. The cave does not preserve a single emotion. It preserves traces of repeated human decisions. You turn back toward the entrance. The outside air appears as a faint grey opening. For a moment, you understand why returning mattered. To leave the cave was to regain sky, wind, distance, and the ordinary sounds of life. The hearth, the animals, the village, the voices of people who knew your name. Ancient humans entered darkness because they had reasons. They also feared it because fear was reasonable. The deep earth could shelter, feed, enrich, teach, and remember. It could also take. You step out beneath the trees, behind you. The cave mouth darkens again, patient and cold. Ahead, beyond the hollow, the path begins to lead toward ruins built by later hands over older bones. You come to the medieval ruins after rain. The path leaves the hollow and climbs through wet grass toward a broken church standing alone on a rise. Its roof is gone, its windows are empty. Ivy climbs the walls in dark green ropes, and water drips from the surviving stones into weeds growing where people once knelt. A few old graves lean at angles around it, their inscriptions softened by weather. Beyond the churchyard, fields stretch into mist, sheep move like pale shapes under the grey sky. At first, this seems like a later world. The age of painted caves, Ice Age hunters, Celtic springs, Roman roads, and hidden tunnels feels far behind you. Here there are crosses, bells, parish boundaries, carved stones, saints' names, burial customs, village paths, and the rhythm of medieval Christianity. The people who built this church lived in a world of farms, rents, festivals, hunger, illness, markets, lordship, prayer, and seasonal labour. They knew the sound of church bells and the smell of candle smoke. They buried their dead in consecrated ground and looked toward heaven, rather than the dark chambers beneath the hills. And yet the old earth is still under them. You step through the broken doorway, and your foot touches damp stone. The nave is open to the sky now. Rainwater gathers in shallow hollows on the floor. Moss grows between paving slabs. The walls hold a little of the cold, as if the building remembers every winter since abandonment. Somewhere beneath these stones, there may be graves. Beneath the graves, older soil. Beneath that, perhaps Roman debris, prehistoric pits, animal burrows, lost tools, or traces of people who stood here before the first altar was raised. Medieval churches were often built in places that already mattered to local communities, not always, and not in the same way everywhere, but enough to make the possibility worth considering. A church might rise near an earlier burial ground, a Roman site, a spring, a crossroads, a settlement focus, or a prominent landmark. Sometimes continuity is clear, sometimes it is only suggested. Sometimes the church simply stands where practical needs made sense: high ground, firm soil, central access, local patronage. Excavation gives structure, but not certainty. You walk toward the chancel, where the altar once stood. The air smells of wet limestone, leaves, and old mortar. A bird moves somewhere in the broken tower. Its wings beat softly, then vanish into the upper dark. In the dimness near the wall, you see a narrow opening covered partly by fallen stone. It may have led to a small crypt, a drainage space, a burial vault, or nothing more than a collapsed section of foundation. The mind wants it to be a hidden passage. The stones offer no easy permission. The medieval world had its own relationship with underground places. Church crypts held relics, saints, bishops, patrons, or important dead. Burial vaults kept bodies beneath floors. Wells and springs could become holy places. Cellars stored food, ale, candles, documents, or valuables. Castle dungeons and undercrofts created spaces of confinement and storage. Monastic buildings used drains, conduits, and subterranean channels, even when theology pointed upward. Medieval life was still built over pits, bones, water, and darkness. You kneel near a cracked paving stone. It is worn smooth where feet crossed it for generations. Ordinary worshippers walked here. Farmers with muddy boots, women carrying infants, old men leaning on sticks, children restless during prayers, priests moving through candlelight. The church was not a ruin then. It was warm with voices, incense, wax, wool, damp clothing, and whispered fears. The dead lay close, sometimes beneath the very floor where the living gathered. That closeness can feel strange now. But it was part of medieval life. Death was not hidden away as completely as it often is in modern cities. Graves surrounded churches. Bones could be moved when space ran short. Charnel houses stored remains. Relics could make fragments of bodies sacred. The boundary between living community and buried community was thin. People worshipped beside ancestors, neighbours, benefactors, strangers, and children who had died too soon. You move into the churchyard, where the grass is high and wet. Some graves are late, with readable names. Others are older, their stones blank with erosion. Underneath them, burials may overlap, disturb, replace, and compress one another across centuries. A medieval cemetery is not a single moment. It is a long conversation between grief, space, custom, memory, and forgetting, and beneath it all. Older bones may wait. What survives is enough to disturb the imagination, but not enough to close the case. Archaeologists sometimes find earlier remains beneath medieval buildings, Roman walls, prehistoric ditches, older burials, occupation layers, or fragments reused in new construction. A church might incorporate Roman stone without knowing its original meaning. A graveyard might cut into earlier deposits. A holy well might preserve respect for a spring that mattered long before Christianity arrived. But each case must stand on its own evidence. The desire for deep continuity can be beautiful and also misleading. You turn toward a low mound beyond the church wall. It looks natural at first, but its shape is too regular, too softly intentional. Perhaps it is a collapsed building, perhaps a burial mound, perhaps quarry spoil, perhaps nothing important at all. In Britain and across Europe. Medieval communities often lived among visible traces of older worlds, Roman ruins, prehistoric barrows, standing stones, old earthworks, abandoned roads, and ruined walls whose origins they may have explained through legend. Giants, saints, devils, ancient kings, fairies, lost races. Stories filled the gap where historical knowledge had faded. The record grows quiet at the exact point where curiosity grows strongest. Did villagers know the barrow was ancient? Did they fear it? Did they dig into it? Did they build near it because it marked land, memory, or power? Or did they simply work around it as a lump in the field? The answer depends on place, period, and evidence. And often, the evidence is thin. You enter a small ruined side chamber attached to the church. The roof has partly fallen in, leaving a dark corner where rain does not reach. The space smells of stone dust and nettles. A slab lies tilted in the floor, its edge open just enough to reveal blackness below. It may be a burial vault. It may be a void caused by collapse. You do not disturb it. The darkness beneath a church feels different from the darkness of a cave, but not entirely different. Both hold what the living placed out of sight. Medieval people may not have thought of themselves as living above prehistoric mystery. They had their own explanations, their own sacred geography, their own fears, yet unknowingly. They often occupied landscapes already heavy with ancient human presence. A village church could stand above Roman rubble. A grave could cut through an Iron Age ditch. A holy spring could rise near a cave used in deeper prehistory. A crypt could be dug into ground that had held bodies long before the parish existed. You stand in the ruined nave as evening begins to fall. Rain taps softly on leaves growing from the wall. The broken windows frame the misty fields beyond, somewhere far below the foundation. The deeper story of the land continues without inscription. Caves, mines, tunnels, burials, wells, and forgotten chambers form a hidden archive beneath the visible ruin. The church once gave people a language for death, fear, and hope. But beneath that language lies an older human pattern placing the dead near stone, entering darkness with care, marking thresholds, fearing what lies below, and returning to places because memory gathers there. You leave through the broken doorway. Behind you, the ruined church stands over its graves. Beneath them, the old earth waits, patient as ever. You follow the rain-dark path from the ruined church to a modern excavation trench. The shift feels strange at first. After so many ancient chambers, so many fires, bones, tunnels, springs, and graves, the sight of neat square edges in the ground seems almost too controlled. The soil has been cut into measured sections. Strings mark boundaries. Small flags stand beside features. Buckets, brushes, trowels, sample bags, notebooks, cameras, and sieves wait under a grey morning sky. Archaeology enters last, long after the people, animals, monks, miners, villagers, and storms have done their work. You stand at the edge and look down. The trench is not deep. yet it opens time. Dark soil crosses pale clay. A line of stone suggests a wall. A circular stain may be a post hole. A scatter of charcoal lies near a patch of burnt earth. Beside it, someone has exposed the edge of a pit that cuts through an earlier layer. The ground is no longer ground. It is a page written in pressure, colour, texture, and interruption. Modern archaeologists do not enter ancient places as conquerors of mystery. At their best, they enter as careful witnesses. They know every scrape of a trowel can remove evidence forever. Excavation is destruction with memory attached. Once a layer is lifted, it cannot be put back exactly as it was, so the work must record, photograph, draw, sample, compare, and question before certainty is allowed to form. You descend a temporary ladder into the trench. The soil smells fresh and damp, different from cave air but related to it. Here too. The past is underground. Here too. The dead and the living have left traces without explanations. The archaeologist beside you points to a change in soil colour. To an untrained eye, it is only a stain. To careful practice, it may be the fill of a ditch, a post hole, a grave cut, a storage pit, or a disturbance from later activity. The earth keeps different events in slightly different shades. This is the quiet discipline that stands between evidence and fantasy. A bone in a cave is not immediately a sacrifice. A tunnel is not automatically a secret cult passage. A blocked chamber is not always deliberately sealed. A stone circle is not always an altar. The real past is already mysterious enough without forcing it to perform. Archaeology makes mystery stronger by refusing easy answers. It lets the unknown remain unknown until the soil, date, context, and comparison can support a careful statement. You move toward a table where finds have been laid out in trays, pottery fragments, animal bones, a small iron object corroded almost beyond recognition, flint flakes, charcoal samples, a piece of worked bone. Nothing looks like treasure, yet everything carries information. Pottery can suggest date, trade, food, storage, status, or everyday use. Bone can reveal diet, butchery, environment, and sometimes ritual treatment. Charcoal can give a radiocarbon date or identify fuel. Flint flakes can show tool production, even where finished tools are gone. The past often survives as debris. That may sound disappointing, but it is the opposite. Debris is where daily life hides. Grand monuments tell you how power wished to appear. Broken things tell you how people lived when no one was posing for history. A burnt grain, a repaired pot, a child's small footprint, a worn threshold, a broken lamp in a mine, a hand mark in clay, a discarded tool near a cave wall. These are the quiet details that make ancient humans real again. You think back to the cave mouth where the journey began. There, mystery came from darkness. Here, it comes from precision. The archaeologist brushes soil from a feature and pauses before naming it. That pause matters. The old storytellers may have filled silence with legend. The modern excavator fills silence with method. Both are human responses to the unknown, but only one can test its own assumptions. Still, method does not remove emotion. When archaeologists enter sealed spaces, preserved caves, burial chambers, mines, or hidden underground rooms, they often meet the past at its most intimate. A footprint that has not seen light for thousands of years. A skull resting where someone placed it. A torch mark on a ceiling. A child's finger trail in clay. Such discoveries are scientifically important, but they're also quietly overwhelming. The person studying them must be both careful and human. You watch as a small sample is taken from a dark layer. It will be labelled, bagged, and sent for analysis. Perhaps it contains charcoal suitable for dating. Perhaps plant remains, perhaps microscopic clues invisible to the eye. Modern archaeology reaches beyond sight now. It uses radiocarbon dating, DNA analysis, isotopes, residue analysis, microscopy, geophysical survey, laser scanning, photogrammetry, sediment chemistry, and environmental reconstruction. The ancient world is read not only from objects but from molecules, grains, and traces too small to hold. And yet, even with all this, the central questions often remain tenderly incomplete. Who told the child to follow the passage? Why was the bone placed there? What did the painted animal mean to the person who made it? Did the blocked chamber close by accident or intention? Was the underground tunnel used in fear, storage, secrecy? Or all three at different times? Science can narrow possibilities. It can correct old errors. It can reveal dates, diets, ancestry, movement, environment, and technology. But it cannot fully restore the vanished conversation. You leave the trench and follow the team toward a cave entrance that has been fenced for protection. The modern gate is plain metal, practical and slightly ugly against the ancient stone. It protects fragile surfaces from vandalism, weather changes, and careless footsteps. Inside, the air is still, lamps are controlled, visitor numbers are limited. The cave that once demanded courage now demands conservation. You step through with permission, moving carefully along a marked path. The archaeologist points to a floor surface that must not be touched. There, faint impressions cross the clay. Footprints, perhaps. Nearby, a dark mark on the ceiling may be soot. A small niche in the wall has been photographed but not disturbed. The space feels less like an adventure now, and more like a sleeping patient. Every breath seems too modern. This is another strange truth. Discovery can endanger what it reveals. A sealed cave may preserve traces for thousands of years, only for modern exposure to change humidity, temperature, airflow, and microbial conditions. A painted wall may suffer from light, breath, or touch. A burial chamber may lose context if opened too quickly. The urge to enter must be balanced against the responsibility to leave something for future methods, future questions, and future care. You look at the archaeologist's notebook. It contains measurements, sketches, descriptions, uncertainties, and cautious language. There is no dramatic declaration, only patient accumulation. The mystery is being translated into evidence line by line. But the translation is partial. It has to be. The cave preserves actions more clearly than motives. You stand in the dim passage and feel the long chain of entry. Prehistoric humans entered first, with fire and need. Later communities entered with memory, fear, storage, mining, worship, or curiosity. Medieval people built above older traces. Farmers crossed the ground. Roads passed near. Rain entered cracks. Root shifted soil. Finally, archaeologists entered with lamps, gloves, instruments, and restraint. They arrive last. But they do not finish the story. They only reopen it carefully. You step back toward a daylight. Behind you, the cave remains guarded, measured, and still partly unknown. Ahead, the excavation trench waits beneath the grey sky, its layers exposed like a wound that has learned to speak slowly. And as you leave, you realize how much of ancient history is not discovered in a single dramatic moment, but listened to, grain by grain. In the quiet after everyone else has gone, you arrive at the place where the evidence goes missing. There is no dramatic doorway here, no painted animal waiting in torchlight, no skull half revealed by clay, no blocked chamber promising a hidden room. Instead, there is a stretch of ground that looks almost empty. The cave floor is pale and uneven. The wall has been washed clean by water. The sediment thins near a low passage, then breaks where a later disturbance has cut through it. If you expected mystery to appear as something visible, this place would disappoint you. But absence is one of archaeology's deepest mysteries. You stand in the dim light and notice how much is not here. No wooden handles, no woven bags, no cords, no sleeping skins, no spoken names, no songs, no painted bodies moving near the fire, no stories told to children while rain fell outside the cave, no rules about who could enter and who could not, no grief, no laughter, no arguments, no warning whispered at the edge of a tunnel. The past is full of vanished things, and the vanished things may have shaped life more powerfully than the fragments that survived. Stone survives better than flesh. Bone survives better than breath. Charcoal survives better than memory. This imbalance quietly distorts how ancient humans appear to us. We see their flint tools and may imagine them as toolmakers above all. We see bones and may imagine hunting above all. We see painted walls and may imagine ritual above all. But their lives were also made of soft materials and softer moments wood. Bark, plant fibre, hide, hair, feather, scent, voice, gesture, and relationship. Most of that has gone. You move toward the low passage and touch the wall. It is smooth where water has passed repeatedly, if marks were once here. They may be gone now, if footprints crossed this floor. They may have dissolved, if a person dropped a wooden torch shaft. It may have decayed unless conditions were unusually kind. If someone tied a cord around a bundle, carried food in a skin bag, or wore a woven band around the wrist, almost nothing remains to say so. The missing evidence matters because it changes the story. Ancient people may have carried far more organic technology than the record suggests. They likely used wood for spears, digging sticks, handles, frames, containers, traps, and fire tools. They used hides for clothing, shelter, bedding, bags, and bindings. They used plant fibers for cordage, nets, baskets, mats, and carrying systems. They used bone, antler, shell, and sinew in ways that required skill and patience, but preservation chooses unequally. A stone blade looks eternal. A woven net disappears like breath. So when you stand in a cave and see only hard fragments, you're not seeing a complete world, you're seeing what time failed to eat. This is where older interpretations have become harder to defend. The old picture of prehistoric people as crude figures with simple tools has collapsed under modern research. Their surviving objects already show intelligence, planning, artistry, and adaptability. Their missing objects would likely show even more: a finely made wooden spear, a shaped container, a woven cord, a skin garment repaired many times, a decorated bag, a net for catching fish or birds. These could reveal entire dimensions of life that rarely survive. You crouch near a patch of sediment and imagine a vanished object lying there. Perhaps a torch made from resinous wood. Perhaps a small pouch stained with ochre. Perhaps a strip of hide used to bind a tool. Perhaps a child's play object, carried into the cave and lost, if preserved. It might transform interpretation. Without it, archaeologists read around the gap. The gap is not emptiness. It is pressure. It pushes against every explanation. Why did people go deeper? The answer may have involved perishable things. They may have carried wooden frames, lamps, cords, containers, markers, musical instruments, musks, or painted hides. They may have placed offerings that vanished completely. They may have performed actions that left no durable trace. A chamber that looks empty now may once have been full of sound, movement, scent, fire, and soft materials. You continue along the passage, and the torchlight reveals a side niche. Nothing remains inside except a thin line of sediment and a few small stones. It may never have held anything, or it may once have held something that decayed long before excavation. The safest answer is also the least satisfying: you cannot know. But the question changes how you look at the niche. Empty stone becomes a possible absence, and possible absence becomes part of the atmosphere. In archaeology, missing evidence is not permission to invent freely. It is a warning to be humble. You cannot fill every gap with ritual, tragedy, or secret knowledge. You cannot turn every empty chamber into a lost ceremony. But you also cannot pretend that only surviving objects mattered. The vanished majority of human life must remain present in the imagination, carefully, honestly, like a shadow around the facts. You think about voices. Spoken language was perhaps the greatest missing artifact of all. Words shaped cooperation, teaching, memory, kinship, warning, humour, and belief. Yet no prehistoric voice survives in the cave. A painted animal may remain on a wall, but the story told while painting it is gone. A footprint may remain in clay, but the warning spoken before the child stepped forward is gone. A bone may remain beneath stone, but the mourning voice is gone. Human life was saturated with speech, and archaeology receives mostly silence. The cave intensifies that silence. It preserves physical traces so well that the absence of voice feels almost unfair. You stand where someone may have spoken softly thousands of years ago, and the walls return only dripping water. You want the cave to repeat a word, a name, a reason. It does not. There are also missing people, not only bodies never found, but entire groups whose camps vanished from surfaces later eroded, farmed, flooded, or drowned. In ancient Britain, coastlines shifted, lowland plains disappeared beneath rising seas, forests grew over sites, rivers cut through settlements, later building destroyed earlier layers. Many human lives left no trace at all. The archaeological record is not a complete archive. It is a survival accident shaped by chemistry, geology, climate, human disturbance, and chance. You reach a wider space where the ceiling is blackened in small patches. Soot survived here, but perhaps not the fuel that made it. The fire left a mark, but not the hands that gathered wood. The smoke touched the ceiling, but not the conversation below. This is how the past often reaches you, a consequence without its full cause. And still, that is enough to feel the people. You do not need every object to know that ancient humans were thoughtful, skilled, and emotionally complex. The fragments show it. The missing evidence deepens it. Every absence reminds you that their lives were not smaller than ours just because less survived. If anything, the opposite feeling grows. They lived in worlds of intense material knowledge, where a plant fibre, a dry branch, a good hide, or a remembered path could mean survival. You turn back toward the passage, carrying the torch lower now. The cave seems less empty than before. Its blank spaces are not blank anymore. They are filled with what cannot be recovered: lost tools, vanished songs, rotted offerings, forgotten warnings, soft clothing, warm hands, and the names of those who entered the dark. The mystery is no longer only what archaeologists found. It is what time removed before they arrived. You move onward through the quiet gap in the record, toward a cave whose meaning changed again and again. You reach a cave whose meaning has changed so many times that no single story can hold it. The entrance opens beneath a limestone cliff where rainwater runs in silver lines down the rock. Moss grows thick around the mouth. A hawthorn tree leans nearby, its branches bent by years of wind. From outside, the cave looks simple enough, a dark hollow, a shelter, a place where animals might rest and children might dare one another to look inside. But by now you understand that no cave is only what it appears to be in the present moment. You step inside, and time begins to layer itself around you. In one age, this place may have been a refuge from weather. A small group arrived in cold rain, carrying wet hides, stone tools, and embers protected in bark or fungus. They crouched near the entrance, built a fire, and waited for the storm to pass. Smoke darkened the ceiling. Meat cooked slowly. Children slept against adults, a practical shelter. Nothing more, perhaps, but even that is not small. To survive a storm is to give a place meaning. In another age, animals came when humans were gone. Wolves, bears, foxes, birds, bats, or other creatures might have used the chamber differently. They left bones, droppings, nests, scratches, and disturbed sediment. The cave did not belong permanently to people, it shifted between species. A human hearth could be buried beneath animal use. Animal bones could be mistaken, at first glance, for human activity. The cave didn't organize itself for future archaeologists, it simply received what entered. You walk past the entrance zone toward a deeper chamber. The floor rises slightly, then drops. Your torchlight catches a wall that might once have held markings. Perhaps pigment was placed here. Perhaps a child dragged fingers through damp clay. Perhaps nothing human ever marked it at all. A cave that changes meaning across centuries may preserve only scattered clues from each period. Never enough to reconstruct the whole sequence with emotional certainty. Later, the same cave might have become a place of memory. Someone found bones there and remembered them. Someone heard echoes and repeated the story. Someone noticed that cold air escaped from a crack even on warm days. Someone entered alone and came back changed by fear, or awe, or both. A practical shelter can become a known place. A known place can become a storied place. A storied place can become avoided, respected, or sought out. The cave itself does not need to change. People change around it. You continue toward a narrow side passage. It would be easy to miss if the torchlight did not strike the floor at the right angle, perhaps in one period. People stored food here because the air stayed cool and dry. Baskets, hides, pots, wooden containers, or suspended bundles may once have occupied the space. Most would decay. A few pottery sherds might remain, a stain in the soil. Seeds if preservation was kind, a rodent burrow confusing the picture. What was once practical abundance becomes, centuries later, a faint archaeological puzzle. In a later age, the cave may have served as hiding place. Not always dramatically. Hiding can be quiet. People hide tools before travel. Families hide goods during conflict. Shepherds shelter from weather. Outlaws, refugees, soldiers, or frightened villagers might use a cave because the landscape already knew how to conceal in unsettled times. An underground chamber can become a temporary answer to danger, but temporary acts rarely leave clear records. A hidden object retrieved later leaves nothing. A person who waited through one night of fear leaves perhaps a little ash, a broken vessel, a footprint, and silence. You pause at the side passage and imagine voices pressed low to avoid being heard outside. The cave, once a shelter from rain, becomes a shelter from people. The fear has changed. The stone has not. This is why archaeology must often resist the desire to assign one identity to a place. Cave, shrine, home, grave, den, mine, store, refuge, legend. The labels are useful, but they can also be too rigid. A cave can be all of these across time. It can be sacred in one century and ignored in the next. It can hold the dead, then animals, then shepherds, then antiquarians, then modern visitors with headlamps. Each generation enters the same opening and sees a different kind of world. You move into the deepest chamber now. The ceiling lowers into a dark curve. Water has polished parts of the wall. A crack runs across the stone like an old scar. If this cave had been used for burial, the dead might have been placed here because the chamber was protected. Cold and separate from daily life. If it had been used for ritual, the isolation might have mattered. If it had been used for storage, the same isolation might simply have kept goods safe. The same physical feature can support very different human choices. The stones preserve behaviour, not belief. That line stays with you as your torch flickers. A body placed in darkness tells you someone brought the dead here, or that someone died here, but not the exact thought behind it. A pot left near a wall tells you an object ended there, but not whether it was stored, offered, lost, or discarded. A blocked passage tells you closure happened, but not whether it came from collapse, caution, exhaustion, or ceremony. The cave changed meaning because human beings changed their reasons. You turn back toward the entrance and see how far the daylight has retreated. The cave mouth glows faintly like a memory of sky. Between you and that light lie all the possible lives of this place. Ice Age shelter, animal den, painted wall, burial chamber, storage room, hiding place, forbidden hollow, medieval curiosity, archaeological site, protected heritage, video title, bedtime mystery. The chain is long, and each link alters the one before it. Even modern attention changes the cave. Once archaeologists study it, the cave becomes evidence. Once tourists visit, it becomes destination. Once fences are built, it becomes protected space. Once documentaries tell its story, it becomes imagination for people who may never stand inside it. Yet the cave itself remains cold, damp, patient, and mostly indifferent. Human meanings gather around it like smoke, then thin. You step closer to the entrance, but before leaving, you look back into the dark chamber. The absence behind you no longer feels empty. It feels crowded with transformations. A place can outlive every explanation placed upon it. That may be one of the deepest reasons caves feel mysterious. They do not belong to one human moment. They endure long enough to be on many different places without moving at all. The question is no longer simply why ancient humans entered. It's how many different kinds of human hope, hunger, fear, grief, skill, curiosity, and memory pass through the same darkness. You step out into the damp evening. Behind you, the cave returns to shadow. It has been shelter, shrine, grave, hiding place, animal den, storehouse, danger, discovery, and silence. And it may become something else again long after you're gone. You enter the passage where maps begin to fail. At first, the route seems simple. A narrow opening in the hillside leads into a low chamber, and from there a tunnel bends gently left. The floor is damp but passable. The walls are close, but not crushing. You carry the torch ahead of you, watching the flame ripple in the faint movement of air. Behind you, daylight still exists as a pale oval at the entrance, small but reassuring. Then the cave turns again, and again. The entrance vanishes from sight, you stop, and the quiet changes. This is one of the deepest challenges of underground places. A cave does not have to be vast to confuse the human mind. It only needs curves, branches, uneven floors, repeating shapes, and darkness thick enough to erase distance. Above ground, you orient yourself by sky, slope, wind, stars, trees, rivers, and memory of the horizon. Underground, the world becomes close and partial. Every wall resembles another wall. Every passage seems both new and familiar. The body begins to ask questions the mind cannot answer quickly enough. Did you come from the left? Or from behind that fallen stone was the floor rising before, or falling? Did the passage sound wetter when you entered? You lift the torch and try to read the cave like an ancient traveller might. A streak of mineral on the wall, a notch in the floor, a draft against your cheek, a patch of soot above a bend, a stone shaped like a sleeping animal. These small signs may become landmarks in darkness. The body learns a private geography. Left hand along the wall, count the bends, remember the low ceiling. Listen for the water, follow the cold air outward. Modern visitors rely on maps, lights, ropes, painted arrows, guides, and digital surveys. Ancient humans had none of those tools in the modern sense, but they were not helpless. They could memorize routes with extraordinary attention. They could mark passages with soot, stones, broken sticks, scratches, or repeated movement. They could learn caves through social teaching, just as they learned hunting trails, river crossings, animal behaviour, and seasonal camps. Still, even skill has limits. A cave in torchlight is not the same cave on the return journey. Shadows fall differently when the flame is held on the other side of the body. A narrow opening passed easily, one way, may be hard to recognise from behind. Smoke can sting the eyes and blur vision. Fear can alter memory. Fatigue can make a known route feel unfamiliar. If several people move together, the person at the back may see a different cave from the person leading. You pass into a chamber with 3 openings. None are large, one slopes downward, one narrows into a crawl, one curves upward around a wet wall. The torchlight reaches each in turn, but does not choose for you. You stand in the centre and listen. Water sounds from below, or perhaps from behind. Air moves lightly from the upper passage. The crawl feels dry, but too tight. The cave offers possibilities without explanation. The most interesting possibility is also the hardest to prove. Ancient routes through caves may have been known as sequences of sensory memory rather than drawn maps. A person might remember a cave by touch, sound, smell, airflow, slope, and body position. Not a map seen from above, but a path felt from within. The polished wall where hands pass, the clay bank after the low arch, the echoing chamber before the water, the place where the torch smoke leans right. Such knowledge would be intimate, practical, and fragile. If the person who knew the route died, the cave could become dangerous again. You take the upward passage. It bends around a wall glistening with moisture, then tightens suddenly. You have to turn sideways. The torch must be angled carefully to avoid scraping the ceiling. For a moment, your shoulder touches stone on one side, and your back touches stone on the other. The cave controls your posture. You cannot walk like a person on a road. You must become narrow, slow, and obedient to the shape of the earth. This physical control may have shaped the emotional meaning of underground journeys. A wide chamber allows gathering and speech. A crawl forces silence and vulnerability. A steep descent demands trust in the person ahead. A confusing junction creates dependence on memory. A cave changes social relationships by changing how bodies move together. Leadership, fear, patience, and trust all become visible in the way a group passes through darkness. You emerge into a small round chamber. The floor is dry and dusty near the centre, damp near the walls. A few stones lie in a rough line, perhaps natural, perhaps placed. The ceiling carries a faint dark smudge where smoke once touched it, or where minerals stained the rock. Nothing here proves a ceremony. Nothing proves a shelter. Nothing proves a route marker. Yet the chamber feels like a pause, and pauses matter underground. Perhaps people rested here because it was the first place they could stand upright after the crawl. Perhaps a lamp was placed on a flat stone while someone adjusted clothing or checked a child's footing. Perhaps a mark was made to help remember the return. Perhaps the chamber simply looks meaningful because you are tired and surrounded by darkness. That last possibility must remain alive. The cave affects you. It makes interpretation feel personal. It makes every stone seem intentional. This is why archaeologists need method, comparison, and restraint. The cave can seduce the imagination, but it can also reward it. If imagination stays disciplined and listens to evidence rather than replacing it, you move on. The next passage drops sharply. Here, a wrong step could break an ankle. You hold the torch low and see old clay pressed into ripples by water. If footprints once crossed this slope, most are gone. A small ledge on the right offers a safer route. You follow it, placing one foot at a time. The thought comes quietly, a person who knew this ledge could move with confidence. A stranger might step into the wrong place and fall. Ancient cave navigation may have depended on shared routes passed down through use. The safe foothold, the dry turn, the chamber where smoke gathers, the passage to avoid after rain. These details are humble, but they are survival. They may never appear in dramatic reconstructions, yet they decide who returns. You reach another junction and realize you're not entirely sure how far you have come. Not in distance, not in time. The torch has burned lower, and that becomes your clock, underground. A flame measures life more honestly than minutes. When the fuel shortens, the margin of safety narrows. Ancient people must have felt this with every journey. A route known in full light of memory could still become dangerous if fire ran low. You choose the passage where the air seems freshest. It curves gently, then rises. The floor grows firmer. The damp smell thins. Somewhere ahead. The darkness is not as complete. You follow, and after several turns, a faint greyness appears. Not the entrance you used. Perhaps, but some opening. Some crack where the surface world has reached down into the cave. The relief is quiet but powerful. You understand now why maps fail underground, and why memory mattered so much. A cave is not only a space, it is an experience that changes as you move through it. It asks for skill, light, caution, and trust. It can preserve a route for generations, then confuse a stranger in minutes. You step toward the faint grey opening behind you. The passages continue branching into darkness, holding all the journeys that were remembered, and all the journeys that were not. You step through the grey opening and find yourself looking across a hidden underground world. Not one continuous tunnel, not a secret highway beneath all of Europe, not the fantasy of a lost civilization with lamps still burning under the mountains. The truth is quieter, wider, and in some ways more haunting. Beneath the visible ancient world lies a scattered network of caves, mines, chambers, storage passages, tombs, wells, drains, catacombs, quarries, crypts, and natural hollows. They are not all connected by stone passages, but they are connected by a human pattern. Again and again, across thousands of years, people entered the earth. You stand at the edge of a high chamber where the roof opens into darkness above. Water has carved the walls into smooth curves. In your imagination, roots begin spreading outward from this place. One path leads back to Ice Age caves where footprints cross clay. Another leads to ancient mines where antler picks struck chalk and Roman tools cut ore from rock. Another descends toward burial chambers, sealed tombs, souterrains beneath settlements, sacred springs, hidden cellars, and medieval crypts under ruined churches. The underground world is not one mystery, it is a habit of humanity. People went below for shelter. Food storage, minerals, water, burial, ritual, refuge, punishment, memory, and curiosity. Sometimes they entered because the earth protected them, sometimes because it frightened them, sometimes because it held wealth, sometimes because it held the dead, sometimes because darkness itself seemed to give certain actions more weight. The reasons changed with climate, culture, technology, and belief, but the movement remained from light into dark, from surface into depth, from the known into the partly known. You walk along a ledge in the chamber, and the torchlight reveals old scratches on the stone. Some may be natural, some may be human, some could be animal. This uncertainty has followed you from the beginning. It is almost a companion now. The deeper you go into ancient history, the more you learn that truth often arrives as a cluster of possibilities rather than a single clean answer. Europe's underground record is vast because its geology, climate, and human history are vast. Limestone caves cut through mountain ranges and river valleys. Flint mines open beneath chalk landscapes. Copper and tin workings disappear into hills. Catacombs and crypts lie under cities. Cellars and drains run beneath streets. Burial chambers sit under mounds that look like sleeping hills. Every region has its own underground traditions, shaped by local materials and local fears. Yet certain feelings repeat. Cold air at an entrance, the loss of daylight, the narrowing of sound, the need for flame, the hand reaching toward a wall, the instinct to mark, store, hide, bury, extract, or remember. Whether you're imagining prehistoric humans in painted caves, miners beneath Roman Britain, villagers using hidden chambers, or medieval worshippers walking over crypts, the underground makes people behave differently. It slows movement, it lowers voices, it changes the body before it changes the mind. You cross into a lower passage, and the walls become rougher. Here the chamber feels less like a natural cave and more like a quarry, with straight cuts and angular scars. Stone removed from places like this built walls, temples, roads, tombs, fortifications, churches and homes. The visible world often came from invisible labour. A city's bright surface might begin in a dark extraction chamber far away. A cathedral's carved stone might come from a quarry where workers breathe dust in low light. A Roman road might cross hills because somewhere beneath another hill. People cut the material that made it firm. This is one of the hidden truths of civilization. The surface depends on the underworld. Not a mythical underworld, but a real one of work, danger, and material knowledge. Metals from mines become tools, coins, weapons, ornaments, nails, cooking vessels, and trade goods. Stone from quarries becomes architecture. Salt from underground deposits preserves food. Clay from pits becomes pottery. Pigment from earth becomes colour on skin, wall, object, and image. The ancient world above was shaped constantly by what people dared to take from below. But extraction is only half the story. You pass a side chamber where the air feels still enough for burial. Many ancient communities used underground spaces to hold the dead, whether in caves, tombs, chambers, catacombs, crypts, or graves cut into earth and rock. The dead were placed below not simply because below was available, but because ground itself carried meaning. Soil receives bodies, stone protects them, darkness separates them. A chamber can make death feel held, hidden, honoured, feared, or contained. Different societies imagined this in different ways, but the repeated placement of the dead beneath the living world speaks to something deeply human. The evidence is strongest when bodies, objects, architecture, and careful placement survive together. But even then, the emotional world remains incomplete. A tomb can show status, a burial can show care. Grave goods can show relationships, beliefs, trade, identity, or social display. Yet the last words spoken at the edge of the grave are gone. The grief is gone. The memory of the person as a living voice is gone. The underground preserves the body better than the life. You continue, and the passage opens into something like a hidden route beneath a settlement. Low stone walls, a narrow chamber, and a concealed entrance in your imagination recall the forgotten tunnels from earlier. Across Europe, people built underground spaces beneath or near homes for practical reasons that could become mysterious after abandonment. Storage chambers become legends. Refuge passages become rumours. Cellars become sealed spaces. When later generations find them, they ask whether they were for defence, food, ritual, secrecy, or fear. Sometimes the answer is yes to more than one. The old categories begin to blur. A storage tunnel may become a refuge during violence. A mine may become a hiding place after it's abandoned. A cave shelter may later become a burial site. A spring may begin as a water source and become sacred. A crypt may become a place of pilgrimage. A quarry may become a catacomb. A natural chamber may become a shrine. Then a ruin. Then an archaeological site. The underground world keeps changing because human need keeps changing. You pause where several imagined passages meet. This is the lost underground world. But not lost because it was one buried empire. It is lost because most of its meanings disappeared unevenly. Some passages collapsed, some were filled in, some were forgotten beneath farms, some were absorbed into later buildings, some were destroyed by quarrying, roadwork, war, or development. Some survive but have lost their stories. Others were never recorded at all. What remains is a fragmented map of human descent. A cave wall in one country, a mine shaft in another, a burial chamber under a mound, a Roman drain beneath a city, a medieval crypt under a church, a well in a ruined courtyard, a hidden cellar under an abandoned house, a souterrain beneath a field, individually. Each place has its own evidence, together. They reveal a long human fascination with what lies beneath the earth. You lift the torch and watch the flame lean toward a draft. Somewhere ahead, another chamber breathes. You do not need to imagine a secret passage linking every ruin to every cave. The deeper connection is not architectural, it is psychological and historical. Human beings have always made thresholds, doorways, graves, mines, wells, tunnels, caves, stairs descending into the dark. We cross them because the surface is never enough. The chamber grows quiet around you. You realize that the lost underground world is not separate from history. It is one of history's foundations. The ancient world was built over darkness, from darkness, and sometimes for darkness. Its roads, cities, farms, temples, churches, mines, and villages all touch the below in ways that still shape what archaeologists find. You turn toward the next passage. It slopes gently downward, toward Britain again, toward the layers beneath hills, roads, churches, and towns. The torchlight moves ahead, and the underground world continues, not as a single tunnel, but as 1,000 human decisions made in the dark. You descend again beneath Britain, but this time the layers feel closer together. The passage slopes under a hillside where sheep graze above without knowing what lies below. Rain falls softly on the surface, running through grass, soil, roots, old ditches, broken walls, and buried stones before reaching the dark. You follow it downward in imagination, through the hidden levels of the island, medieval graves, Roman rubble, Iron Age pits, Bronze Age barrows, Neolithic earthworks, Mesolithic camps, Paleolithic cave floors, animal bones older than memory, stones shaped by water long before any human hand touched it. This is what was forgotten beneath Britain. Not one lost city, not one vanished kingdom, not one sealed tunnel beneath every village. Something more fragmented, more believable, and more unsettling. Britain is a landscape made of overlapping lives, each age built upon, cut through, reused, misunderstood, or ignored the traces of those before it. A medieval church might stand near a Roman wall, a Roman road might follow an older track, an Iron Age hill fort might overlook a valley where Mesolithic hunters once camped. A cave might preserve bones from worlds so old that later villagers could only explain them as giants, dragons, saints, devils, or wonders of the earth. You move through a low underground chamber, and the torchlight touches a line of stones set into clay. They could be the remains of a wall. They could be a later repair. They could have been moved from an older structure and reused without anyone remembering where they first belonged. In Britain, stone often travels through time. Roman blocks become church fabric. Prehistoric monuments become boundary markers. Old earthworks become field edges. Ruins become quarries for new buildings. The past is not simply buried. Sometimes it is dismantled, carried, and built into something else. The ground gives a clue, then takes the explanation away. You think of London, where Roman streets, walls, drains, wells, wharves, and buildings lie beneath later medieval and modern layers. You think of York, Bath, Chester, St Albans, and other places where Roman Britain still presses upward through cellars, museums, roadworks, and chance discoveries. You think of countryside fields where crop marks reveal buried ditches from settlements no one remembered. You think of barrows softened by ploughing, caves sealed by rockfall, mines reopened in later centuries, and coastal sites eaten by the sea. Beneath Britain, history is not arranged politely. It is cut, folded, flooded, reused, and interrupted. You walk deeper, and the passage opens into a chamber that feels like many periods speaking at once. On one side, you imagine the fire of prehistoric people near a cave entrance. On another, a Roman miner's lamp trembling against wet rock. Somewhere above, Iron Age families store grain in pits. Later, medieval villagers bury their dead beside a church. Later still, antiquarians dig with more curiosity than method. Then modern archaeologists return with careful tools, trying to rescue meaning from disturbance. What looks like one story may be several different centuries speaking over each other. This is especially true in caves. A bone found in a cave might belong to an Ice Age animal, a prehistoric burial, a later visitor, a medieval disturbance, or material washed in by water. A coin near a cave entrance might mean Roman visitation. Later loss, collection, offering, or movement from another context. A blocked passage might be natural collapse, ancient closure, modern safety work, or a mixture of events. The cave preserves evidence, but it does not always keep the evidence in its original order. You continue along the wall, and the torch reveals small fragments in the sediment. Charcoal, bone, flint, pottery, a rusted nail from a later period. The mixture feels untidy because real history is untidy. People do not live in neat archaeological periods. They live in places. They dig pits into old ground. They build houses over earlier houses. They collect ancient objects without understanding them. They disturb graves by accident. They turn ruins into sheep shelters, churches into quarries, wells into rubbish pits, caves into tourist curiosities, and ancient tracks into roads. Even the strongest evidence leaves a human silence around it. A Roman inscription can name a person, a god, a military unit, or a dedication, but it cannot tell you every fear in the hand that carved it. A medieval burial can reveal disease, age, diet, and injury, but not the exact memory mourners carried away. A prehistoric footprint can show the movement of a child, but not the voice calling them onward. A cave painting can show the animal, but not the story spoken in front of it. Britain's buried record is rich, but it is rich in fragments. You leave the chamber and follow a passage that rises toward an old mine. The stone changes colour. Tool marks appear. Here the hidden island becomes economic. Tin, copper, lead, iron, coal in later periods, salt, stone, and other resources pulled generations below ground. Some workings are ancient, some Roman, some medieval, some industrial, and some have cut through older traces. The underground became both archive and appetite. It preserved the past, then destroyed parts of it in the search for materials. The discovery feels clear until you ask why it happened. Why was this shaft opened here and not farther along the hill? Why was one chamber abandoned while another continued? Why was a tool left behind? Why did someone block a passage? Practical answers may be enough. The seam failed. The roof became unsafe. Water entered. Labour moved elsewhere. But sometimes the details resist a purely practical reading. A placed object, an unusual deposit. A route that seems excessive. A chamber entered without obvious need. The questions do not prove hidden ritual, but they keep the interpretation alive. You climb from the mine into a dark hollow beneath the churchyard. The shift is impossible in physical space, but true in historical feeling. Britain's underworld is full of such sudden transitions. Industry beside burial, Roman beside prehistoric, sacred beside practical, domestic beside dangerous, a well in a castle courtyard, a crypt beneath a chapel, a souterrain under a farmstead, a cave below a cliff where bones from extinct animals lie not far from human tools. Here the archaeology is firm, but the human reason remains misted over. You imagine a modern excavation in a British town, workers pausing as a machine exposes stonework below a street. The visible city continues around them. Buses pass, people carry coffee, phones glow. Beneath the road, Roman masonry appears. Beneath that, perhaps earlier soil. Beneath that, river silt. The ancient world is not elsewhere. It is under the pavement, under the shop front, under the familiar route home. This is why buried Britain fascinates the imagination. It reminds you that modern life rests on unknown depth. A quiet field can hide a settlement. A churchyard can cover older graves. A cellar can open into Roman remains. A cave can hold Ice Age footprints. A coastline can lose entire landscapes to the sea. The ground beneath the ordinary world is not empty. It is crowded with vanished decisions. You pause in a final chamber where water drips through the ceiling. Each drop has passed through layers above, touching roots, soil, stone, and perhaps old mortar before falling into darkness. The sound is slow and gentle. It feels like the island remembering in pieces. What was forgotten beneath Britain was not only ruins. It was weathered fear, repeated labour, family knowledge, sacred water, hidden storage, mining danger, burial care, animal presence, lost roots, and the ordinary courage of people entering places where light didn't naturally belong. It was the memory of those who returned and the silence of those who did not. You lift the torch and look back through the passage. Above you, Britain continues. Villages, cities, roads, fields, churches, museums, homes, and rain on windows. Below, the older world remains, not gone, only covered. You begin to wonder why humans keep entering darkness. After all the caves, tunnels, mines, chambers, rivers, wells, crypts, and hidden rooms. The question no longer belongs only to ancient Britain. It belongs to the human species itself. You have followed prehistoric footprints through clay, watched torchlight wake painted animals, stood near bones beneath cave floors, crossed underground rivers, walked Roman roads above older hollows, entered mines cut for hidden wealth, and listened to rain falling through ruined churches. Again and again, the same pattern returns. There is light above, and still, someone goes below. You stand now at the mouth of another cave as evening gathers over the hills. The landscape is calm. Grass moves in the wind. A line of trees darkens against the sky, somewhere behind you. A village fire might be burning. Somewhere beyond the ridge, roads, towns, and churches belong to later centuries. But the cave mouth in front of you feels older than every human structure. It is not built, it is found. It waits without invitation. Why step inside? The simplest answer is need. Humans entered darkness because caves sheltered them from weather, because mines held stone and metal, because underground chambers stored food, because wells gave water, because crypts held the dead, because tunnels offered refuge, because hidden spaces solved real problems. Need explains much of the underground world. It should never be dismissed. Ancient people were practical. They lived with limits, cold, hunger, danger, and resource scarcity shaped decisions far more sharply than modern comfort often allows us to imagine. But need does not explain everything. It does not fully explain painted animals deep beyond daylight. It does not fully explain hand marks in difficult chambers. it does not fully explain the pull of sealed places. The care given to certain bones, the repeated return to dangerous passages, the placement of objects where no one would casually go. The pattern is visible, but the motive has slipped out of reach. Practical life and inner life are tangled together, and the cave preserves the tangle better than the explanation. You step into the cave and feel the air close around you. The first few steps are easy, then the floor tilts, the entrance shrinks behind you, the torchlight takes over from the sky. At once, you are reminded that darkness is not only a lack of vision, it is an experience of the whole body. Your ears sharpen, your breathing sounds louder, your hand seeks the wall. Your imagination begins filling the spaces ahead. Even now, knowing what caves are, knowing geology, knowing oxygen, knowing mapping, you feel the old response rising. Caution, curiosity, respect. Ancient humans felt these too, though in worlds shaped by different knowledge. They did not need modern words like psychology, symbolism, or liminality to understand that entering a cave changed the mind. A person who passes from daylight into deep stone crosses a boundary. The surface world is shared, open, watched by sky. The underground is enclosed, hidden, intimate, and uncertain. What happens there can feel separated from ordinary life. That separation may be part of the attraction. Human beings have always made thresholds meaningful. Doorways, gates, bridges, river crossings, graves, births, initiations, marriages, journeys, sporders, and ruins all mark changes from one state to another. Caves are among the oldest thresholds on Earth. You enter one world and pass into another without leaving the landscape. The hill remains the hill, yet inside it, everything changes. Sound, temperature, light, movement, time, and fear become different. The cave turns place into transformation. You walk deeper, and the walls narrow. This passage has no paintings, no obvious bones, no dramatic chamber. It is only stone, damp air, and flame. Yet it carries the weight of every descent before it. You think of the first person in a group willing to crawl through a dark opening, not knowing whether it widened or ended. You think of the first miner to follow a seam below the safe light of day. You think of the first mourner to place a loved one in a chamber under stone. You think of the first child led into a cave. Feeling fear become memory. The human need to enter darkness may come partly from the need to know, not to know in a modern scientific sense only, but to test the edge of the world. What is beyond the bend? Where does the water go? What animal sleeps inside? Can this stone be used? Can this chamber protect us? Can this place hold our dead? Can fear be crossed and returned from? Every descent answers one question and creates another. There is also the strange comfort of enclosed places. Not all darkness is threat. A cave can shelter. A womb is darkness. Sleep is darkness. A covered house, a winter room, a blanket over the body, a closed eye. All carry forms of darkness that protect rather than harm. Perhaps caves unsettled ancient people because they held both meanings at once. They could be refuge and trap, memory and erasure, shelter and grave. You pause where the passage opens into a still chamber. The ceiling rises beyond the reach of your torch. The floor is dry near the centre, damp near the edges. Water drips slowly from a point you cannot see. The chamber feels empty, but not meaningless. Humans often enter empty places and fill them with attention. A cave chamber, a temple, a grave, a ruin, a quiet forest clearing. The act of entering carefully can make a place matter. Even in modern life, far from ancient caves, we still seek controlled darkness. We watch films in dark rooms. We tell stories at night. We visit ruins, catacombs, mines, and old tunnels. We turn toward mysteries that are safe enough to approach, but deep enough to trouble us. Sleep history itself works this way. You listen from a warm room, perhaps under blankets, while the mind walks through cold stone and ancient silence. The body rests, the imagination descends. That may be why stories like this endure. They let you approach fear without being consumed by it. They let you stand at the cave mouth and feel the ancient question from a safe distance. They remind you that people long before you were brave, cautious, skilled, emotional, and curious. They crossed thresholds not because they were primitive, but because they were human. You move toward the far wall and lift the torch. There is no mark there, only stone shaped by water. Still, you understand that not every meaningful journey leaves a visible sign. Some people entered and returned with knowledge. Some returned with stories. Some returned with fear. Some returned with nothing but the memory of darkness. Some did not return at all. The cave keeps both kinds of absence, the absence of those who vanished, and the absence of reasons no longer recoverable. The discovery feels clear until you ask why it happened. Ancient humans entered caves. That much can be shown again and again. They entered deep. They carried fire. They brought children sometimes. They painted, walked, worked, hid, mined, stored, buried, and listened. But the inner reason, the feeling at the exact moment of descent, remains misted over. You lower the torch and turn back. The passage out seems brighter now, though the entrance is still far away. You begin walking toward it slowly. Every step feels like a small return from the unknown. Behind you, the chamber remains dark. Ahead, the sky waits, and you understand that the need to enter darkness is not a mistake in human nature. It is one of the ways humans learn where the edge of the world is, and whether they can cross it. You descend into the silence that remains. The passage is gentle at first, almost kind. It slopes beneath the hill with a slow curve, the kind of curve that makes the entrance disappear without warning. You do not feel lost, not yet. The torch is steady in your hand. The stone is cool beside you. Water sounds somewhere far below, but faintly now, as if the cave has hidden its river behind several walls. The air is still enough that your own breathing becomes the loudest living thing. This is the final chamber of the journey, not because the cave ends here, perhaps, but because understanding reaches its own boundary. You have followed prehistoric humans into deep caves and across clay floors. You have seen fire turn stone into memory. You have paused beside footprints, bones, painted animals, children's marks, underground rivers, sealed passages, ancient mines, forgotten tunnels, Celtic hills, Roman roads, medieval ruins, and the careful hands of archaeologists. Each place gave you something. Each place kept something back. Now the cave gives mostly silence. You enter a chamber wide enough for the torchlight to fall away before it touches the far wall. The ceiling rises into darkness. The floor is smooth in some places, broken in others. A few stones lie scattered near the centre, their shadows long and still. No painting announces itself. No human bone gleams in the clay. No inscription explains the purpose of the room. It is not empty exactly. It is simply beyond easy interpretation. You stand there for a long moment, and the whole story gathers around you. Ancient humans entered these caves and never returned. The phrase still carries weight. But now it no longer means only disappearance. Some never returned because they died in the dark. Some because their bodies were brought there after death. Some because the traces of their return were erased by water, time, animals, or later people. Some returned safely, but their reasons did not. Some returned with stories that vanished when the last listener was gone, in the deepest sense. No one returned completely from prehistory, because the full world they knew cannot come back with them. That is the final mystery. Not a hidden monster, not a forbidden chamber filled with impossible objects, not a conspiracy beneath the earth. The mystery is simpler, older, and more powerful. Human lives were once as full as yours, and almost all of that fullness is gone. The cave preserves fragments, a footprint, a mark, a tool, a rib, a soot stain, a painted animal, a blocked passage, a shaft cut into rock, a burial beneath stone. These are real. They anchor the story to earth, but around every fragment is a silence larger than the evidence itself. Who spoke? Who led? Who hesitated? Who laughed? Who was afraid? Who entered willingly? Who was carried? Who found the way out? Who waited outside for someone who did not return? Even the best archaeology cannot answer every human question. It can date, compare, measure, test, and correct. It can reveal climates, technologies, diets, movements, injuries, materials, and patterns of behavior. It can rescue ancient people from crude stereotypes and show their intelligence with increasing clarity. But it cannot fully restore the vanished night around a fire. It cannot bring back the voice that told a child to stay close. It cannot recover the exact feeling of stepping past the last daylight with a torch in one hand and trust in another person's memory. You walk slowly across the chamber. The sound of your steps travels outward and returns softly changed. This echo feels like the whole archaeological record, something sent into darkness, coming back incomplete. The returning sound is real, but not identical to what began. At the far wall, your torch reveals a shallow hollow. It could be natural, it could have been touched, it could once have held water. A lamp, an object, a hand, or nothing at all. You do not force it to mean more than it can. After this long descent, restraint feels like respect. The cave has taught you that mystery does not need exaggeration. The truth is already deep enough. You think of ancient Britain above you, layered with lives, prehistoric hunters moving through cold valleys, communities marking caves and using stone, farmers building homes above storage pits, Celtic landscapes of springs, hills, and hidden chambers, Roman Britain laying roads, cutting mines, raising towns and digging wells, medieval villagers praying above older bones, modern archaeologists kneeling in trenches, trying to listen to the ground without drowning it in assumptions. Each age believed itself present and solid. Each became a layer, and beneath those layers, the caves remained. They did not explain themselves to any age. They received footsteps, smoke, water, animals, objects, bodies, fear, work, curiosity, and reverence. They held what they could. They let the rest vanish. The silence in the chamber is not absence alone. It is the space left by everything that once surrounded the evidence. The missing songs, the missing gestures, the missing rules, the missing grief, the missing jokes, the missing names, the missing maps carried only in memory, the missing faces turned toward firelight, the missing final moments of those who went too deep and were never seen again. You lower the torch and notice how the darkness moves closer. Not suddenly, softly, patiently. The flame still burns, but its circle is small. This is how ancient people knew the world underground, not all at once, but in moving islands of light, beyond the edge of flame. The cave continued whether they saw it or not. Perhaps that is why caves still hold us. They remind us that human knowledge has always been a circle of light inside a larger dark. We expand the circle, we map, date, scan, excavate, analyze, and preserve. The light grows stronger, yet the darkness does not vanish entirely. Some questions remain beyond the flame, not because we are careless, but because time itself has limits on what it returns. You turn back toward the passage. The way out is not visible from here, but you know it exists. You've followed enough chambers now to trust the path slowly behind you. The final chamber settles again into its own cold quiet. Ahead, Somewhere beyond stone and bends and old water, there is air from the surface, grass, mist, rain, perhaps distant bells, perhaps a road, perhaps a modern room where someone is listening in the dark, safe beneath blankets, imagining ancient footsteps in clay. You begin to walk. The torchlight moves with you. The cave keeps the rest, and the silence that remains is not empty. It is the oldest part of the story, still waiting beneath the earth. The torch is fading now, not suddenly, not with fear, but gently, the way embers settle after a long night. You stand near the cave mouth again, where cool underground air meets the softer darkness before dawn. Behind you, the passages continue into stone, but you no longer need to follow them. The cave has given enough for one journey. Outside, quiet rainfall touches the grass. Mist lies low over the hills. The ancient forest is still, its branches dark against a sky slowly losing its stars, somewhere far away. A bell might be ringing in a village that has not yet fully woken, somewhere nearer. Water drips from limestone and disappears into the earth, returning to hidden roots older than memory. You leave the cave slowly. The torchlight thins behind you. The cold stone releases your hand. The silence follows for a few steps, then softens into wind, rain, and the faint rustle of leaves. The world above feels wide again. There is sky here. There is distance. There is breath. All those ancient people remain behind in fragments: the footprint, the painted animal, the small hand mark, the bone beneath clay, the miner's tool, the sealed passage, the ruined church above older earth. You do not need to solve them tonight. It is enough to have walked beside them for a while. The embers are almost gone. The hills rest under mist. The caves keep their darkness. And you can let the story become still. Sweet dreams.